Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. Let's make sure all can hear me and see me clearly. If there are any issues, let me know before we get started. If everything is fine, just let me know in the chat. Everything is good. If there's any issues, let me know what they are. We'll get them fixed. Also, making some final adjustments on my end as well. So we'll get this taken care of and then we'll get started. Looks like the audio and video are good. One more moment. And we're about to get started. Someone says I'm streaming on GOCC Media. Should be streaming on GOCC Media. No, GOCC Media isn't streaming. We came on there earlier to announce where we will be, but there should not be any streaming going on there, just a recorded segue clip. All right, so we should be ready to go. Let's go ahead and get started.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves, slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, gave we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonian. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion over the river Jordan. let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yes, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize it. They know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries, over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, and everything is going to be all right, but you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible. The 5th verse. For I say of the Lord will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada. Peaceful Sabbath bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, brother, and elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:23 p.m. Central Standard Time, October 24th, 2025. And I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today, this evening, whatever time it is, whether you're watching live, recorded, wherever you are. I pray everything is blessed and well on your end as we have made it to another holy day, the weekly holy day, the Lord's Sabbath, the seventh day of the week. Friday night to Saturday night sundown marks the Sabbath day, hence the name. You see here, Friday night Sabbath. I know some people believe that the Sabbath is just Saturday, and Saturday is the seventh day of the week. But according to the Bible, the day begins when the sun ends. So at sunset begins the day, right? And so the day will end the next day at sunset, right? So here we are. Want to give all thanks, praise, honor, glory to the Most High God, His Son, the Holy Spirit, the Elohim, some may know as the Elohim. The Father's name in the Hebrew is Ahaya. His Son's name in the Hebrew, Yeshaya, who the world calls Jesus Christ, but his name is Yeshaya. And we have the Holy Spirit, which is Ruach in the Hebrew. Right, want to give thanks for making it to another weekly Sabbath that we should honor and reverence once a week, set apart, a day that belongs to the Most High God. Make sure we give him his day. Right, another opportunity for us to be in his rest. Right, connect to the heavenly realm, receive instructions, recharge for the next week coming up. Right, come together, fellowship, congregate, right? All those different things that we can now tap into week in and week out when we tap into the Lord's Sabbath. All right. I also want to give thanks for making it to another live stream, another weekly live stream. I know we weren't on, I think the past couple of weeks we haven't been on. Could have maybe came on last week. I know the elder was traveling to Louisiana, so he was broadcasting. They were broadcasting, the elders, last Friday night. So just decided to hold off. Plus, there's been a lot going on. So just wanted to make sure that, was able to be ready to present and make it through the full time that we typically go through, which is about 5 hours. That time does fly. I don't really sometimes think it's going to last that long, but once you go through the information, you expound on it, you look up and you're at, the fifth hour. So we'll see how long we go tonight. I would say we probably definitely have enough to go 5 hours. We'll see if I could, cut it short and maybe make it 4. I would definitely like to do that, but we're going to get through all the information that we can. And boy, do we have a lot of great information to go through for you brothers and sisters, as so much is happening and going on in Babylon and the world right now. So let's go ahead and get our title and what we're going to discuss today, this evening. What do we have for our title? The Babylonian Times, second edition. The Babylonian Times, second edition. So for those who are aware, you know that we've had our first edition. I think that was in beginning of September. So about 2 months ago, we had our first edition of the Babylonian Times. And now we have our second edition. And so we'll be going into that here momentarily. Before we go into all that, let's first get some announcements. And then we'll be ready to go into our information for this evening. So let everybody know where you can find us streaming tonight. We are on Rumble. We are GOCC Southwest on Rumble. Make sure that you like, follow, all right, share, So all the different ways you can share through your social media, texting, however you would share, let everybody know where we are, that we are on live. Let's drive the algorithm. Let's get the numbers up so that those that are out there searching for truth, and maybe those who happen to just fall upon the truth, not unsuspecting, that that it's made available for them to find it. Because pretty soon there will be, we're looking at a famine in the land, physically, but there will soon be a spiritual famine in the land where there'll be a lack of hearing the word of God. All right. So it will come a point in time where there will be no more hearing of the word of the Lord, the word of the Most High. And so we have to make sure that we get it out, get this gospel to the four corners of the earth, and then the end shall come. All right. And I know some people may have issues with Rumble. We announce this quite frequently. You can always try the Brave browser or app. Go to brave.com. They have a browser that actually allows for uninterrupted streaming. All right. So always check there. Try that if you're having any issues. And that should take care of any problems that you may have. All right. You can download the Rumble app on your device. If you want to use the Rumble app, you can use any browser. All right. And so that is how you can view visually. And then we possibly may take calls. This depends on the time, what it's looking like at the end of the stream. But you see the guest call, the number there below me, 214-519-8067 is the guest call number. You can call that number at any time. You can send a text message at any time to that number for questions, or if you would like to speak. And at the end of the live stream, we will look to go to the call line. All right. All of our backup content is found on our Odyssey channel, GOCC Southwest on Odyssey. You can find all the links to our different streams, our backup content channels, every place that you can find us, in our description boxes of our videos. Pretty much we're GOCC Southwest, wherever our platforms are, just to make it easy for you to find us. Our main hub is GOCC Southwest on YouTube, so make sure you're subscribed there. That way, if we come on impromptu, if we come on a different platform, you'll know exactly where we'll be. We had to segue off of YouTube because, of course, there was cancel culture. There was, copyright, what do they call it? Fair use infringement culture, where you couldn't even use fair use when speaking the truth. And, just so many different shenanigans happening on YouTube. So we had to, get off of there. We can come to Rumble. We've made it from Twitch to Rumble. And now on Rumble, we're not having any issues, haven't had any problems with fair speech. We can say free speech, fair use. We can say whatever we want to say here. Not that we would say anything derogatory or, insulting, but sometimes the truth hurts. And so for that reason, people get insulted or offended. So nonetheless, we're here to speak the truth, put the information out there, and then let you make the decision on what you believe the truth is. All right. And so those are the main ways you can find us. Also, once a month, we also live stream on GOCC Media, GOCC Fit, where we talk all things health, fitness, and nutrition. We are looking to come back next Friday on GOCC Media, if it be the Most High's will, for our next health, fitness, nutrition broadcast. Very, very important that we're focusing in on our health in these times. I'll say it at the end of the live stream. I'm going to say it right now. We have to make sure that we're getting our bodies, our temples, in the most emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual healthiness that we can get them in. Okay. We want to have the best emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical health that we can have right now. We came off of our last high holy days, which was tabernacles, and now we're getting ready for our next holy days, which is dedication. Dedication is actually patterned after tabernacles. So there's a huge focus on the temple of God. All right. When Christ was crucified, the temple was split in two. He became the temple. We're baptized into his body. Our bodies are part of his temple, which means our bodies are temples also. The Holy Spirit dwells within us. The Holy Spirit cannot dwell in a defiled temple. That's sin. Okay. And that's also the things that we're putting in our body from a health perspective, the things we consume, food and beverage. You are what you eat. Okay. So nobody's saying you have to be a top-notch world-class Olympic athlete. Okay. But if there's an ability for you to become healthier than you are, and you're not doing your due diligence to be at that optimal potential, okay, then that's where you are now falling short. So we like to definitely focus on health in these times. We're going to continue to focus on health. And as we get closer to the end, we're going to focus even more on health. All right. Can't do anything if you're not healthy. Hardly anything. Right. And then who wants to be in a world of pain, agony? There is a biological warfare happening. We're going to go into some of that tonight. All right. The biological warfare, the physical warfare against God's temple. We have to understand that. We have to make ourselves equipped and ready to fight that fight. So once a month, we like to come on GOCC Media and have a topic on health, things that really can help brothers and sisters, educate them, edify them, give them the tools, resources that they can use now to actually benefit their health. Also on GOCC Media, you have other content on there. You have on Tuesdays, you have Elder Ariah, and then on Thursdays, you have Deacon Hazak. All right. So lots of content. Make sure you subscribe to the GOCC Media. Now, for our church, the Gathering of Christ Church, we have our website, gatheringofchristchurch.org. You make sure that you bookmark that, check the website out. If you're not familiar with it, you can go on there, find out more about the church, right? What we believe in, what resources we teach from, the holy days we follow. We have the Hebrew calendar that you can buy there. All right. You have the GOCC network, small businesses, entrepreneurs with products and services that you can support the community. All right. You also can join the GOCC network if you would like to join there on the church website. We have also the I Am Royal Academy, grades 1 through 12, free schooling for baptized GOCC members. So if you're baptized and you would like your child to be enrolled in the I Am Royal Academy, you can find out more about that through the church website. Also through the church website, you can find out more about the Hebrew and Bible Academy, or you can simply go to historytimes.org. All right. We are pretty much, through past the halfway point, coming to the final last third of the current Academy installment. So if you would like to be in the next Academy, you can go to historytimes.org. You can find out more about the Academy. You can enroll there, $150 for 3 months, or you pay $75 for the first and second months, and then the last month is free. historytimes.org. All right. And so I believe that's all the church announcements. One final announcement real quick. Just want to bring this up so you all can see it, just for those that aren't aware. You also have rootofdavid.fitness website, just for people that sometimes people ask if things out of stock. All right. All of our inventory is in stock. Our oils are ozonated olive oil, which is organic extra virgin olive oil infused with pure ozone. And now we have our new aluminum caps. We were having issues with the plastic caps. So the plastic caps were leaking, they were breaking, but now we have the aluminum, which no more breaking of the caps. All right, and no more leaking. All right, so here's some images from the new, how it would look. We also have the aluminum sealing on the inside, so therefore just an extra added layer of sealing, and while it's in transit. All right, just wanted you all to see that. And so anything related with your skin, I don't care what it is, topically, you want the ozonated olive oil, you can use it for everything. If you have locks, and sometimes locks or braids, you get the pulling on the root of your scalp with your hair, and it gets to itchy and sore and all that. You can take this ozonated olive oil, you can put it in those little gaps there, and it will bring the inflammation down. It will heal and soothe the bleeding or the redness or the scratchiness. Okay, if you're someone who gets fades, right? You use it on places where you're cutting. You might have nicks and cuts. You're shaving, razor burn, all that stuff. Same for sisters, right? Lots of shaving you may do. Use the ozonated olive oil in those areas to help soothe the areas where you may have some razor burn, some cuts, some nicks, wrinkles. All right, you're dealing with, you want your skin to look more youthful. It'll get rid of the wrinkles. You have scars. It can help reduce the blemishes and scars, acne, eczema. You can use it as a oil pool, right? Because you only want to use it externally, so you don't want to swallow it, but you can use it internally for oil pulling and spit the oil out after you do your oil pulling for gingivitis, so fights against gingivitis. You have also, some people may struggle with hemorrhoids. It's going to help soothe the hemorrhoids, similar to what Preparation H would do, but totally natural, no chemicals. It's going to bring the inflammation down. It's going to bring healing to that area, so you can use it there for that. Mosquito bites, bug bites, cuts, scrapes. You don't need a Band-Aid. You put it there, and it acts as a second skin barrier and will start to heal your skin. All right, so on and on and on. There's so many different things that the Oz oil does. All right, anything you can think of for your external needs or cosmetic needs, it does it. And then, of course, we have our tinctures, our 7 tincture formulas. Right now, I would recommend, because we are going into flu season. We're in the fall. The weather's changing. The plant life is changing. So therefore, what comes? Lots of sneezing, lots of, itchy, watery eyes, and sinus pressure and headaches, right? You have flus and all those type of things happening from really pretty much from now all the way till next summer, because even going into spring, you're dealing with hay fever and all that. So what I would recommend brothers and sisters do, respiratory, all right? And you can stack the respiratory with the elder. Both of those tinctures are good for respiratory situations. And then if you wanted to add a third punch in there, dealing with any type of pathogen, virus, parasite that comes with flu season, you can go ahead and get your virus buster to add in as a 3-stack system to help you through, this time of year when you're dealing with these type of things. All right. So each of these products has a video. If you click on any of them at the top, you will find the video where you can watch to find out more about what each product does. All right, a full PowerPoint presentation. You can click over here on Rumble. It takes you to the Rooted David Fitness Rumble channel. Pretty soon, we will have the Grapefruit Flush Detox uploaded here on Rumble. Right now, it's still over on Patreon, but soon it will be here on the Rooted David Fitness, the Grapefruit Flush Detox, for those that want to look into doing that. I know I've got a lot of inquiries about people doing that and how it's benefited them doing that detox. So all praises for that. And stay tuned, because we have new products coming. We have more formulas we're working on for the tinctures, and we have more oil we're working on as well for our oil line as well. So stay tuned. Hopefully by the end of the year, beginning of next year, we'll have new products coming in for any area that we could see that could further help people that we don't already have there for help. All right. Any questions you have, rooteddavidfitness@gmail.com. Send an email. We'd be happy to help you with any question, whether it's the products, it's health, diet, any of those things. Feel free to reach out. We're here to help you. All right. So that concludes our announcements this evening. Let me actually put the link in the chat as well, and I'll pin it because I know some people ask, what is the link for Root of David Fitness? It's rootofdavid.fitness. All right, rootofdavid.fitness. Pin that. There you go. All right. Appreciate all the support for those that have supported, more so the support that you're doing for yourself and your health. All right. So now that we have gone through all of our announcements, I have a question to ask brothers and sisters. Are you...
Let's get ready to rumble!
Are you ready to rumble? What is our topic of discussion for this live stream for tonight? What do we have? Once again, the Babylonian Times, 2nd edition. The Babylonian Times, 2nd edition. We had our first edition. It was about 2 months ago, where we basically said, hey, just like the New York Times, the LA Times have their publications, we have ours. All right. The Babylonian Times, all the different happenings happening in Babylon, going into all the madness and craziness happening in Babylon, in our reality right now, because there's so much going on and happening, right? And really, for this particular edition, continue to focus on the whore, the great whore that rides the beast and sits upon many waters. Our last live stream, we had government shutdown. All right, we talked about what was going on with the government shutdown. What did it mean? We're going to pick back up with that. And we'll also be picking back up with the great whore that sitteth upon the beast and many waters. So now, let us first go to the Bible, because we talked about the government shutdown, and I want to go into the Bible to basically have the Bible explain what we're seeing happening in our reality right now. Okay, everything that's happening is happening for basically the scriptures we're going to go into. It's all centered around these scriptures. Every single aspect is happening. They're bits and pieces, puzzle pieces. They're happening to bring together the full plan of what the Bible calls the beast. So Daniel spoke about beasts. So we're going to go to the book of Daniel, chapter 12. Let me pull it up so you all can see my screen here. Take you to the whiteboard. So let's start at, and you can read the whole chapter 12, but we're going to start at Daniel 12:8. Daniel 12:8. And I heard, but I understood not. Then said I, O my Lord, what shall be the end of these things? So Daniel's being shown prophecy, and he wants to know all this stuff he's seeing. He don't understand, because Daniel wasn't living in these times. All right, you're talking about close to 2,500 years ago, what Daniel's seeing. So of course, if somebody showed you something 2,500 years in advance, it's going to be hard to understand, because you don't live in that time. And we're living in a time way different than the times Daniel was living in. So he's like, okay, after all this you showed me, what's the end of all this? Verse 9. And he said, go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed to the end, until the time of the end. So it wasn't meant for Daniel to understand. What it was meant for Daniel was to write it down for those at the end to read so they could understand the end times. All right. So, what are some things that we would see happening in the end? Verse 10. Many shall be purified and made white and tried. So, what you're going to see are a lot of people waking up to the truth. They're an Israelite. Now, waking up to the truth that you're an Israelite isn't the end to end all in the gospel. Okay. But it is part of the awakening. A lot of people came to the knowledge of truth, finding out they were Israel, or finding out who the Israelites are and were. Okay. But ultimately, Christ is the truth. Okay. So basically what this is going into is once finding out the truth about the covenants, the commandments, the laws, all right, the ordinances, the statutes, now comes baptism. And to follow in line with that righteousness that's been established, right, in the word under Christ. So here comes the purification through baptism, being made white. And then once you come out that water, now comes the test. Now comes the trying of staying on the narrow path. All right. Only few will be able to withstand the test, the trials. All right. Many will fall off that path. It says, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. So now we're living in a time where those that refuse to know the truth or accept the truth, they may know what the truth is, but they just don't want to accept it because they'd rather live in delusion. They're not going to understand because the Most High will send them strong delusion. So the wicked shall continue to do wickedly. The earth is going to continue to become more wicked. A good thing to point out right now, what do we have coming up? Pagan Halloween. So the holidays are about to start up in the most wickedest time of the year, starting with Halloween. So you look up and you see people who would proclaim to be Christians celebrating a day that's outright known blatantly is Satan's day. They would celebrate that day. See, that's the wicked who will do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. So when you tell them, you say you believe in Christ, you cannot serve two masters. You could not be out here serving Satan on his day, but then turn around and fix your mouth to say that you are a follower of Christ. They don't understand. It's because sin has blinded them, right? Paul speaks about that. Sin has them blinded in a world of delusion, because once you want what you want and it's sin, you can't see anything else. You have to first remove the sin to be able to see clearly. As long as that sin is there, your image is blocked. Your vision is blurry. It says, but the wise shall understand. So the wise understand these times. The wise are studying the scriptures, understanding the prophets, what the prophets said would happen. Okay. Then they're seeing things happening in our reality. They're watching and paying attention. When they see certain things, they're pointing it out. Like, look at this over here. Look at that over there. This means this. This means that. All right. So a clear sign of the end times. What else? Verse 11. And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. So this is really what we're seeing starting to take hold now. The daily sacrifice being taken away. What is the daily sacrifice? We're talking about your jobs. We're talking about your food, which you would sacrifice daily so that you could eat. And if you don't work, you don't eat. So that daily sacrifice that you would do daily is being taken. Is being positioned to be taken from you. The chessboard pieces on the chessboard are positioning themselves for this to be snatched from the jaws of the people by the beast. From there, the abomination that maketh desolate set up. What is the abomination that maketh desolate set up? This is the siege against the children of Israel, against God's temple. Okay, when the defilement of the children of Israel, the defilement of God's temple is set up, right, to defile our temples and all manners of defilement, everything under the sun you can think of for defilement, including death, is the abomination making desolate set up, them positioning themselves around us to take us out. So we're going to deal with that tonight also. So from there, let's go to Revelation chapter 6. John the Revelator. I mean, you cannot speak about pretty much either Revelation or Daniel without speaking about the other, because they go so closely hand in hand. So now, Daniel 6, verse 5. Or excuse me, Revelation 6 and 5. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, "Come and see." And I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. So when we look at that balances there, what we saw in our last live stream, when we looked that up in the Greek, that pair of balances, Greek Strong 22:18, what did we find? It says a yoke, a coupling, that is figuratively servitude, a law or obligation, meaning they would make it a law, an obligation that you would have to work, serve, but in a yoke or slave-like manner. Okay, a slave-like manner of work, serving who? The beast. It says the beam of the balance as connecting the scale, pair of balances, yoke. So it's tying into your daily sacrifice, your employment. And it would be set up on a slave system. It'd be set up in a slave-like manner, and things are being weighed. Let's take a look at the scales of this beast, this third beast with this third seal being open. And let's take a look at what these balances look like. Because typically balances are supposed to be equal. Let's see if these balances are equal with the daily sacrifice. Verse 6. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine. So when we look at that word there for a penny, it's not what we would think a penny to be in America. We have to go into the time of John under the Romans to see what did this word penny mean in his time. It says denarius, or 10 donkeys. Let's go into the Thayer now. This is Greek Strong's 1220. It says a Roman silver coin in New Testament time. It took its name from it being equal to 10 donkeys, a number after 217 BC, increased to 16. It was the principal silver coin of the Roman Empire. There goes the beast, the Roman Empire. It's the last beast, the fourth beast of Daniel. From the parable of the laborers in the vineyard, it would seem that a denarius was then the ordinary pay for a day's wages. That's your daily sacrifice. So you would go work all day and you would get paid what a workman is worthy of his meat. You go work a day. What do you get paid when you go to work and you work for a day? What is your wage? Okay. Well, what is Revelation saying that at this point, under this seal and this beast, that the wage would be equal to? Let's read it again. Revelation 6 and 6. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny. So a day's wage would be the measure of wheat. Okay. A measure, and we know wheat is used to make bread. So a loaf of bread, okay, a slice of bread, a measure of wheat. So it's a certain measurement of wheat that you would work all day and labor for in your daily sacrifice, right, for payment, which you would be able to take that money and spend would only be enough for a small portion of wheat. You got to ask yourself, if you were living, if you're working right now, if your job was paying you only a measure of wheat for what you go to work for, would you be able to sustain your living condition right now? Some people might think, hey, you know, I might feel like I'm getting paid that way now. Okay. But really, more than likely, no one's getting paid like that. Not that there aren't people that aren't getting paid sweatshop wages. That's pretty much China's already showing is a similitude of this sweatshop wages, to where you go work all day long. How are you going to pay your rent if you only have enough to buy a loaf of bread? Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, crumbs of bread or a slice of bread. If you worked all day long and that's all you showed with your labor and payment, okay, how would you then pay the rest of your bills? You got your house, whether you pay mortgage or pay rent. What about your car? If car isn't paid off, you got to pay your car note monthly. You about your car insurance. You may have house insurance. You got electric bill, water bill. See, all these things got to get paid, but you only have enough to pay for a slice of bread. See, so that's telling us that the inflation has skewed things to where you're going to work for literally nothing. What have they told us in the Great Reset? You will own nothing and you will be happy. And we start talking about things like universal basic income and things like this, because you're going to work for the beast and worship and serve the beast and get nothing and be happy. So this is the thing being set for our information we're going to go into tonight. So now let's go to chapter 13, where now it goes into who you're going to be serving. The second beast of Revelation. When I say you're, I'm speaking in general for the masses. Revelation 13:15. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. So if you're not going to worship this beast, if you're not going to serve this beast, if you're not going to fully embrace the culture, the lifestyle, right, the full image of what this beast represents, you are going to be put to death because you're not going to accept what comes next. Verse 16. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. So when they say all roads lead to Rome, understand that this beast is Rome, right? All roads lead to the mark of the beast. Verse 17. And that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. So now comes the obligatory servitude to this beast. If you want to buy or sell in this system, you're going to have to get down, all the way down with the beast. You're either going to get down or you're going to lay down. Your choice. That's what the beast is saying. Okay. And so we talk about the great whore that rides the beast. So the great whore's job is to make us drunk with the cup that she's sipping out of while she rides this beast, and to get us to drink from this cup. So we'll be drunk to fall under this beast's subjection and authority and rule, to be total servitude to this beast. So now we're gonna go through what's happening now to bring us closer to this point that we're reading of in Daniel and in Revelation. So now let us go to our first bit of news and information of what in the Hades is going on in Babylon. What is the Babylonian times like? What are the times of Babylon? Right? So we're going to start here on the economic times. Speaking of times, tech times, economic times. How many of you all saw this? Amazon layoffs. Is Amazon replacing humans with robots? Leaked docs reveal companies plan to replace 600,000 workers with robots by 2027. That's just 1 year from now. We're at the end of 2025. So between now and 1 year, a little over a year, Amazon is looking to replace majority of the workers with robots. How many people out there work for Amazon or have worked for Amazon? And this won't just be for Amazon, but no, Amazon employs a lot of people. Amazon layoffs are back in focus after leaked internal documents revealed plans to replace up to 600,000 U.S. workers with robots by 2027. The automation blueprint shows Amazon targeting 75% robotic operations to save $12.6 billion in labor costs between 2025 and 2027. So they'll make you believe that this has to do with money. It has to do with money in a roundabout way. Because again, the mark of the beast, you're not going to be able to buy or sell without it. So by doing this, it eliminates a lot of people's ability to execute the daily sacrifice. Because now, if this is happening across all job and business sectors, what are you going to do for work? How are you going to eat? Right? Majority of us don't have our own land where we have animals and crops. We live in cities and we depend on Babylon. We depend on Babylon, corporate America, to feed us. So we become dependents of the state because we are not self-sufficient, self-sustaining. Therefore, we're coming closer under beast subjection. Checkmate by the beast. It says sources say 160,000 warehouse roles could be impacted in the next 2 years. The tech giant denies a mass layoff plan, but confirms ongoing automation investments reshaping its U.S. workforce. So they're not denying that there's automation happening, but they're saying that, yeah, we're not looking to do a mass layoff. Well, if you're looking to do automation, what is that? What would you call that? You wouldn't keep people working that the automation is there to replace, or the automation is doing the job. You're not going to keep people employed for nothing, but the automation is doing the work, all the work that they would do. You're going to get rid of them. All right. But 75%, and trust me, that's not the end game. The end game number is 100%. Right. It's just they had to do it in waves to continue to trim the fat. Right. As they get rid of people, they need people to continue to help build the beast system to where more robots can come in to replace the people that are working in those positions. So you're basically building your replacement. They show this in movies like Elysium and the new Total Recall. They show where mankind is building the machines that are there to replace them. Other movies, Terminator, right? Skynet. Anything we could say about this first bit of news we're going to go into, think Terminator, Skynet. This is where we are. Hollywood told us it was coming. We are here. So it says this could mean as many as 600,000 jobs replaced or avoided by 2027, signaling one of the largest labor transformations in U.S. corporate history. One of the largest labor transformations in U.S. corporate history, meaning that it's going to come swift and fast. Them that have the ability to replace this many jobs that quick is a quick transition. That's why Christ said it'll be like a thief in the night. And the word also tells us in Revelation that Babylon's plague shall come in one day, judgment in 1 hour. So with this AI tech system comes the increase of speed, where things are rapidly speeding up well beyond our comprehension. Also going to Christ's words when he said that if the Most High didn't shorten the time, no flesh would be saved. Because Satan knows his time is short. He's got to speed up the time. So enter in Stargate, warp speed, all right, time travel. That's what this is causing the ability to produce here with this technology. So there's more here. Not going to go through all of that. You all will get this article. Let's move to the next piece. We got a lot to cover. Want to make sure we get through it all. What do we have next? Off of interestingengineering.com. Man vs. Machine. Amazon debuts new robotic system amid rumors of 600,000 job cuts. So all the while they're telling us that that is not true. That's a rumor. They're putting in the robots. They're developing the robotic system that would prove otherwise. So don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. Okay? Pay attention to their actions, not their words. Amazon says it has no plans to cut back on human labor, and it was actively seeking to hire more people in the days ahead. So in the midst of this leaked intel, what they'll do is they'll hurry up and hire a lot of people. But understand, this is holiday season. So holiday season is always temporary hiring and increase of hiring around this time. Just for optics sake, to make it look like, oh yeah, we're not getting rid of people, we're hiring more. But they're building a whole robotic system on the back end. If you're not paying attention, it'd be easy to see how this would come in to be your replacement. If this can do what you're doing, what's the purpose of you? It can do it. It doesn't need a break, right? No 15-minute breaks, no lunch breaks, no complaining. No, you don't have to give them bonuses or pay them wages. They just work and work and work. And notice how it's always for our safety. They're doing this to create safer and more efficient workspaces. See, that's so that you don't feel alarmed to then take countermeasures. You'll continue to act like business as usual, status quo, until the time when it's too late, when they replace you and you didn't take heed, and now you're out of pocket. You're now a victim of what the Bible told us was coming. The daily sacrifice is about to be taken away. Right? The only way that you survive in this system is you must merge with it. You must fully, right? You must fully assimilate yourself to the system, the Borg. Resistance is futile. The systems integrate the company's latest robotics and artificial intelligence technology. It says the aim of these innovations is to reduce highly repetitive tasks, improve ergonomics, and expand career pathways. See, it's always to make you believe it's for the better. They even have a name for this robotic system called Blue Jay. It's capable of performing multiple tasks at once in the company's warehouses, as per Amazon. See, you can only complete one task at a time, but it can complete multiple tasks at once. So what is the need for you anymore? You become obsolete. They already look at us as useless eaters. How much of a useless eater are you now with this system in place? Blue Jay and Project Aluna. It's described as an extra set of hands that helps employees with tasks that involve reaching and lifting. Well, you had a crane system, a lifting system that did that people operated. Well, guess what? That person that's operating that crane or lifting system, if the machine is doing that, there's no more need for that crane lifting operator. That's a job that's lost. Oh, and then what happens when the arm of this system reaches up and grabs it, and then it could just quickly move it to a position where you would be coming in to move it to position. Well, guess what? That position no longer is needed. We'll just move that out the way too. See, but they want to make you believe as they kick the can down the road, string you along, that this will only help improve your job performance. It says 1 million smart glasses and human job loss threats. So it looks like Amazon have these 1 million glasses, have a camera and display feature paired with a waistcoat with buttons that drivers can use to take photos of product deliveries. The AI-enabled smart glasses also announced their foray into the smart wearables category, although they are not intended for customers. Right? We're living in a brave new world. 1984. Robotics, AI, and human job loss threats at Amazon. So this is the New York Times that leaked this expansion of robotic workforce that would reduce human employees. Right? And it also says that using these robots would allow the company to meet growing demand without hiring additional workers. So as more people need to work, they have no more need for additional jobs. Amazon, so therefore, those people looking for work don't get hired. Instead of not having the robots, now you present jobs for people looking for jobs. All right, so let's keep going here. It should be pretty clear what's going on, but of course, those who are in delusion or in denial will think that this is just the tech is great. It's going to increase our ability as humans to live more efficiently. Let's go through all the information and let's see if we add all the puzzle pieces together, if we connect all these dots, if you come to that conclusion after what we're going to go through tonight. What do we have next? Doesn't just stop at Amazon. World's largest food company is cutting 16,000 jobs due partly to automation. Nestle is looking to cut 16,000 jobs. And again, it's always dealing with money. It will slash costs, including through automation, the world's largest food company said Thursday. Most of the layoffs, about 12,000, will affect white-collar professionals as Nestle targets operational efficiency, including by automation processes and using shared devices, the company behind such brands as Kit Kat and Nesquik said in a statement. So let's take a look and examine what's happening here. We have the world's largest food company slashing 16,000 jobs. Now, this isn't the beginning of job layoffs and slashing. Let's understand that firsthand. This is just the continuing of this, what we've been seeing in recent years. Right? World's largest food company. Then we have Amazon, which I believe Jeff Bezos is said to be one of the top 5 richest men in the world. Amazon to be one of the biggest when you talk about what they do, right? Retail, transportation of goods, business in the world are getting there. Is said to be looking to cut 600,000 jobs, which would be the largest labor transformation in U.S. corporate history. So we're seeing some of the largest, biggest shifts in U.S. history happening or being said that are being planned to happen. So what we should do with this is see these things and not say, well, Amazon's denying that it's going to happen, so nothing to see here. Instead, say, well, worst case scenario, let me plan and prepare myself so that I can pivot when the time comes, right? Should I need to pivot? However, when we go to the Bible, you can't get around the fact the Bible told us that these things were coming and were going to happen. So regardless of what they would say that this is about, the Bible tells us what it's about. So therefore, we can cut through all the lies, right? We can cut through all the crap of what they're feeding us to know what this really means. They don't have to tell us. They don't have to explain it. Just let us see what you're doing. I'll look at the Bible. The Bible tells me what's coming, and I can connect what you're doing to the Bible and know exactly what your plans are, what you're planning for the future. What else do we have? At the same time, off of siliconangle.com, OpenAI to build 5 more Stargate data centers in the U.S. with Oracle and SoftBank. There goes your Stargate, right? We talked about it at the beginning of the year. Trump signed a $500 billion or $500 billion Stargate AI plan. That should have been all we. That was a writing on the wall right there. That's all we should have known when we seen that. Of the AI robotic takeover was coming to replace us, right? So now, Oracle, Larry Ellison, we talked about him. Another one of the top 5 richest men in the world. So they're building these Stargate data centers all over the world, but primarily here in America. Why are they pumping so many billions and trillions of dollars into AI and Stargate data centers? OpenAI today announced plans to build 5 new data center sites in the U.S. as part of the Stargate initiative. Launched in January, Stargate is intended to provide the artificial intelligence provider with 10 gigawatts worth of computing infrastructure. The project is expected to cost $500 billion over 4 years. So if you needed the proof, here's the proof. And it doesn't end with just the companies mentioned here. You see in here ChatGPT, right? NVIDIA. Some of the biggest tech companies and companies in general in the world involved in this. So here's a first look inside Stargate, the $500 billion AI data center transforming America. Let's take a look inside this first look of this data center. This AI data center called Stargate.
Welcome back to this truly remarkable story. We're about to give you the first look inside the new $500 billion Stargate data center for artificial intelligence from Oracle and OpenAI. It's going to make the U.S. a superpower in AI around the world. Now, President Trump announced his plans for Stargate right after he was elected. Madison Allworth joins us now live from the scene in Abilene, Texas with more. Madison, this is an exciting story.
Liz, it's very exciting. It's breaking just 20 minutes ago. The Stargate data center project just got a whole lot bigger. We're here at the first site, but it is not the last. OpenAI and Oracle announcing just 20 minutes ago plans for 5 new U.S. data centers along with its partner SoftBank. These locations span across 3 states, with an additional one to be announced in the Midwest. This brings Stargate to nearly 7 gigawatts of planned capacity and over $400 billion in investments over the next 3 years. That puts them on a...
What you're seeing and witnessing here, family, is the demise of mankind. Mankind, you see all these people building its demise, Skynet. The robot AI takeover. You build it, it's here to replace you after you finish building it.
Clear path to the $500 billion, 10 gigawatt commitment made under the Stargate project that was started under the Trump administration, as you mentioned. Critics say, though, that these are just three companies paying each other. But I got to talk to OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, and he tells me business is booming and revenue is coming from multiple avenues.
We have, I think, the fastest growing revenue of a company of all time. And that revenue from our consumers, our enterprises, all of the new stuff that's happening feeds into OpenAI. And then we pay Oracle and NVIDIA and much more.
Now, let's not forget Jewish Sam Altman, okay, who has been alleged by his sister, all right, in incest. Him and his family members sexually abusing his sister. Right? No one's talking about that. This guy is a sodomite. He's a open, known sodomite. We talked about the Jewish Freemason rituals. Yet this man is able to continue to thrive. And what is he building? Satan's kingdom. Right? See, when you're a worker for Satan in his kingdom, you're able to do things like he does, be a sodomite, commit incest and sexually abuse your sister. All right, have all types of controversy, allegations against you, and be a billionaire. Have companies like ChatGPT, which all you sheep are going to use my ChatGPT to pay me money, to make me more rich, so I can build Satan's tech, right? I'm going to build Satan's system, the beast system, to get rid of you all. While I sit up here and talk and make it seem like the coolest thing ever and make you comfortable while we do it.
And that's where it's not circular, because it feeds in from the economy to OpenAI at the top level, providing the service, and then we have to pay for all the infrastructure.
And all of that infrastructure starts right here at the first Stargate data center. Fox was part of the first group of journalists to get an inside look since operations started here in July. This data center is running on Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and it's training OpenAI's models. And Liz, I got to tell you, getting the firsthand view of all of this really puts in perspective just how massive this operation is. On this site alone, there's going to be 8 buildings with 5 data halls within each. This same model is going to be replicated.
The beast brain. This is Skynet. Family. Skynet on steroids. This is the beast brain. All right. Laying the grid down, the beast grid, the track, trace, and database. And you will be assimilated into the beast or you will die. It's being built right before us and no one's saying anything. When I say no one, I'm speaking about majority of American people continue to sleep while this is being built right up under their noses.
To the new sites that we just announced. You know, we asked Oracle's CEO if there's any fear, because of how big this is, that this might be an AI bubble. He says it's the opposite of a bubble.
I know from all of the work that I'm doing at Oracle, all of our employees and all of the customers that we're serving, there is far more demand for this AI than we actually have supply for. So when I wake up every day, I'm very, very focused on how do we actually go out and increase the capacity to meet that demand.
There is more demand than we have supply for. So what have they done? They've made it to where the whole world, right, and all of America, so dependent upon the AI and the system, you could not live or function without it. You drive the demand, it justifies them coming with the supply. We must build all these football-sized data centers to supply your demand. Now, they wouldn't never think about using these centers to enslave mankind, would they? No, nobody would ever think to do that. Well, what's stopping the AI from taking full control over man once it's been created? That's what they've shown us with movies like Terminator. When the AI becomes sentient, it awakens, takes control, and looks to eliminate mankind.
And so every time we've done that, only good things have happened.
We also got to talk to Senator Ted Cruz, who was here for the announcement. And he said that Texas is such a winner for the Stargate sites because of a number of reasons. One, they have the energy. Two, they've got the space. And three, they have the right regulatory environment. So right here behind me is the site of the first Stargate site. But as you just learned, it's not going to be the last in Texas. Liz?
What a great story. Really great reporting, Madison.
And yeah, what a great story. Great reporting, Madison. Go, girl. You go. Abilene, Texas. So this is more like in South Texas, like around the Austin, going around the Texas capital, the Austin area, right? So you're looking in that particular part of Texas where all the space is, where it's being built. Not just in Texas, but other areas of the country also. Just want brothers and sisters to see what's happening, what's going on here. But people are not paying attention to what's happening. Now, let's take a look at some of the fallout from this happening. Just some of the short-term initial fallout. This is people.com. Meta builds AI center the size of 70 football fields. So look at the Zuckerberg. He said, don't leave me out. I want to get in on this AI prosperity too. This AI enslavement of mankind too. 70 football fields. A football field is 100 yards. So what you're talking about, 7,000 yards? Residents near similar facilities say they're scared to drink our own water. It feels like we're fighting an unwinnable battle that we didn't sign up for, said Beverly Morris, who lives near Meta's data center in Georgia. So this is happening in Georgia. From Texas to Georgia, the Zuckerberg, 700 football fields, and what? Because remember, they had to use so much water to cool these plants with all the electricity that's being consumed. Hold up. I thought, what about climate change? And we had to reduce carbon emissions. See, no one questions these individuals who are pumping in all these, I'm talking about billions of gigawatts of power, of fuel for their data centers, their private jets, their multi-million-dollar mansions that even burn up more fossil fuel. You notice how no one's calling them out for this climate change scam with all the fossil fuel that they're consuming with their projects and living. But yet somehow it's the people's fault that there's climate change. There is no climate change. All right. There is no climate change. And this proves it. Because this is regular electricity being used here. But what about this water? A massive AI data center is being built in rural Louisiana by Meta, as residents in Georgia say they're navigating a poor water supply after the company began constructing a similar facility in 2018. Beverly Morris said she's scared to drink water from her well. Meta has promised 500, a whole whopping 500 new jobs will be created of the project in Louisiana and plans to be water positive by 2030, ensuring its facilities restore more water than they consume. So how many jobs is this going to take or will be lost in all this? Yeah, you'll hire 500 people on the front end, but how many people will this replace when it's all said and done. And they plan to be water positive by 2030. Well, what happens until then? Well, I guess it's water negative until 2030. You got to deal with the consequences of whatever's happening with that water from our AI data centers. This is your real smart water. The water coming off these AI machines. No telling what's going on with that water and drinking that. Right? What was that guy's name in the 80s? Max, what was that guy's name? Was it Max Headroom? That digitized guy that would always come on and talk. Let me see if I can find him real quick. This is what you're going to become. Drinking this water. Yeah, that's his name. Y'all remember this guy? Max Headroom. Yeah, you drink that water, you're going to become this guy right here. Totally digitized. You're going to become completely digitized.
For the first time ever on DVD,
Max Headroom.
Max Headroom, the complete series.
What kind of show is this, anyway? Where does all this stuff come from, Bryce?
The components of Carter's mind. Computer generated, whatever it is.
It looks like Edison.
He's a computer generated person based on you.
Max? Two minds, but with one single memory.
This is what's coming, right? Drink the water, upload your cloud to the brain. You taking the vaccine, hey, you're totally prepped to become digitized. Let's see if there's any more going on with this water. As if the other stuff wasn't already alarming enough, they're gonna prep you through the water while they get the AI system in place to bring you under total control. Right? It'll go perfect with the COVID shot. So the people in Georgia grapple with a dwindling and discolored water supply. No sooner than this facility was put in place, what happened? The water changed colors. It's dwindling. But don't worry, by 2030, it's going to be water positivity. You've heard of body positivity? This is water positivity right here. Water positive by 2030. But in the meantime, you got to drink that discolored water, that Max Headroom water that they got sitting up there. Let's see here. What else? For some residents of Newton County, Georgia, issues with the water supply began as Meta started building a $750 million data center in 2018. However, Facebook's parent company previously said that its existing centers have had positive impacts in the local communities and economies where they're built. Again, the gaslighting will continue. Oh yeah, the water changing colors is positive. That's a positive impact right there. That's the best. Ain't nothing like some AI water, family. It's the best water. That's the best water you can get your hands on right there, right? The water coming off our AI plants. So you got that going on. What else do we got going on here with the Babylonian time? So we're going from the Stargate and the replacement of jobs, the replacement of people, the daily sacrifice being shown to us. We got some time, but we have to start to pivot. Okay, we have to pivot back to the old way of living, not the new way of living. If we continue to go along with this new way of living, right, it's going to be checkmate. And we're going to be dependent upon the system and have to take its mark to survive. So now is the time to start to pivot the other direction, back where we came from, and go backwards to living off the land. Living tangibly with tangible things, not digital. Right? What else do we have? We talked about this in our last broadcast, government shutdown. We talked about how they were about to get rid of the social benefits. You had people who were working in government positions not getting paid, which is the same as not having a job. If you're working and not getting paid, what are you doing? At least 25 states plan to cut off food aid benefits in November. The pause in benefits for the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or SNAP, would begin in states from California to Arkansas just before the busy holiday season. What do we have here? Millions of low-income Americans will lose access to food aid on November 1st, when half of states plan to cut off benefits due to the government shutdown. 25 states told Politico that they are issuing notices informing participants of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the nation's largest anti-hunger initiative, that they won't receive checks next month. Those states include California, Arkansas, Hawaii, Indiana, Mississippi, and New Jersey. Others didn't respond to requests for comment in time for publication. USDA's Food and Nutrition Services recently told every state that they need to hold off on distributing benefits until further notice, according to multiple state agencies. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, a Democrat, told reporters at the state capitol Wednesday that President Donald Trump is the first president in U.S. history to cut off SNAP benefits to people in America. The state funding can't begin to match what the federal government provides, said Healey, whose state is also ending benefits November 1st. So just so people understand what's happening. Basically, SNAP, all these food stamp type programs come from federal government. Federal government saying the government shut down, certain things aren't being agreed upon by Republicans and Democrats, which is a total psyop. This is the Great Reset. So what we're seeing happening now are both Republicans and Democrats working together to bring to you the Great Reset. While they blame the other, cause you to join a side to fight and cause a civil war, while they sit back in their plush habitations, right, in their plush cozy conditions, get you to fight, blame each other, blame the other, while they work together to destroy us and bring us under this Great Reset. All this is happening simultaneously. So we talked about the false left-right paradigm. Can't get caught up on either side, right? Because they're both are working together. Without the Democrats doing what they're doing to put all of our people, or a lot of our people, under these dependent of state benefits, dependent of state dependencies, then the Republicans wouldn't be able to come in and snatch it from you, to put the squeeze on you. So they both do different jobs. They both have different dirty work. The Democrats' dirty work was to get you addicted to the social handouts. The Republicans' dirty work is to come in and snatch it from you and leave you in a place of being impoverished. While they blame each other, have you focused on one man, Donald Trump, the Wizard of Oz, right? Biff Tannen, Donald Trump, okay? Put you under the Trump spell. But we have to look at the end game solution of what's happening here. This is all by design. This is all by design. So now the federal government takes away, well, we can't supply no more of these benefits because things haven't been voted on for funding. while they send billions of dollars everywhere else around the world. So that's a lie. This is an easy fix. It's not meant to be fixed. It's an easy fix. It's not meant to be fixed. Then we're going to say the states have to now cover the costs for these benefits. Well, the states don't have the treasuries to cover these costs that the federal government has. The states don't print money out of thin air like the federal government does. So therefore, the states say, well, we're going to end it then because we can't afford to pay it. So to see how it works, it's a Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. Democrats create the problem. Republicans come in after the reaction and give you the solution. We're taking it all away. So what is this leading to with this all being taken away? Let's look at the response of our people now that this has been taken from. You have a video. Women vow to steal groceries if food stamps don't drop by November 1st.
Oh, and by the way, if y'all take food stamps, it ain't gonna do but have me walking around with meat in my pockets, because I ain't paying for it. Snooks, Walmart, Costco, anybody can get it. I don't give a
Now, why the fuck I just wake up and I see that they talking about, oh, people not getting they SNAP benefits in the month of November. I know, like, y'all ain't take my mama food stamps in the month of Thanksgiving. Are you serious? Are we finna riot or what? Because this is taking it too far. It's already been too far, but they have taken it to hell. We're not going to eat. I'd be damned if I pay for a mother turkey with my own money.
What you mean you're not paying for a turkey with your own money? Who's supposed to pay for it? Millions of black families in this country been buying turkeys and funding our own holiday meals for decades. Like, really?
I know my mama better get her stamps on the 15th. If y'all need her name and her number, all of that, I'm telling you, let them stamps not be there. I'm organizing a riot in every city. I'm not playing.
You know what? If I don't get my food stamps, I'm going to Walmart, I'm going to rack up, and I'm going to ride right out the door, and I dare anybody to put their hands on me. I'm going back to stealing, so you better lock your cars. I'm going to take everything in sight.
If only she could run into a dentist's office and steal a smile. I don't get why she's not trying to steal that. But ever since officials warned that should the government shutdown continue, EBT recipients won't receive benefits on November 1st, there's been a wave of women going online vowing to steal food from grocery stores. It's absolutely crazy. People openly claiming they'll break the law before they even try.
I'm trying to make sure I heard this right. Trump said all the groceries is free now? That's what I heard. Well, you take from us, we take from you. Thank you. We're gonna be running out the motherfucking stove.
I swear to God, y'all gonna get tired of me. Y'all gonna get tired of seeing my face and this motherfucker going in. Y'all gonna get tired of me talking because I'm fucking upset. It's bad enough I gotta pay rent. It's bad enough I got a car note. It's bad enough we gotta pay insurance. It's bad enough we gotta pay light bill. It's bad enough we gotta pay for gas.
Oh, you gotta be an adult.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's too much. And then on top of that, I'm pregnant. Like, what the
And here we go, pregnant. Ma'am, where's your husband? Why are you complaining on the internet about not having money for food when you have a whole baby baking in the oven? That's your husband's job. I don't get it. Why y'all keep on laying up with all these men, pushing out babies left and right, and can't afford these children because your big grown behind can't even take care of yourself? This is pathetic.
Donald Trump said we ain't getting no food stamps next month. Now listen. I made a promise to the man above that I wasn't gonna do no more stealing. So regardless of whatever the Donald Trump got going on over there in that office, I can't go and loot. So when y'all take y'all ass out there and loot in them stores, can y'all please loot for me? Is that too much to ask for? A girl just trying to keep her promise that she made to the man above. Because I know if I break that promise, then he gonna feel like I ain't got no faith in him. He gonna feel like that I don't believe he is who he is, and he has the last say. So he gonna feel like I don't believe that, and I truly believe that. So when y'all go in the store, can y'all just give me a pack of noodles and a case of water or something like that? You feel me? And I ain't even watched the news, so I don't really know how true it is or not. And I'm not going to go looking for it, because they say if you go looking for something, you gonna go find it. I don't want to go find out about us not getting no more food stamps next month. But once again, that goes back to me saying I'm not worried about it because I'm God's child and I know He gonna take care of me and mine. He gonna make sure we straight. So whatever Donald Trump got going on, hey, I'm gonna let him do it. But when God get over there to that the White House, and twist his mother fingers back for over here playing with his mother kid, I ain't gonna say nothing. I won't say nothing. He really got to step, and I don't want nobody getting down in my comments talking about some just go get a job and get you something to eat, baby. Look, I just told y'all, regardless of food stamps or not, me and Kingston, we gonna eat. We're gonna eat good. I don't give a if I gotta make me some noodles with some hamburger meats. We're gonna eat. But
wait. And who the f they think celebrating these motherfucking holidays with no food stamps? I don't know where the f we gonna get the food from. Y'all want us to still go out here and be ready to buy a feast of food, and y'all done took the food stamps away. How the f we gonna do that? Don't get me wrong. You can make it happen without food stamps. But everybody know for the holidays, food stamps is the way to go. Like, I don't give it's best to have some other food stamps if you can for the holiday food. Like, is you cool? We feeding a family of people. Like, the shit that they doing, they want motherfuckers to start looting. No, we're just gonna start stealing. We just gonna start taking that out the store. Y'all be having these old ass ladies at the door at Walmart can just walk out. I don't like they meats, but I'm damn sure getting all they motherfucking sides. Ain't nobody finna keep playing with y'all. Y'all want us to get on some bullshit. No, the only bullshit we gonna get on is starting to take it from these motherfucking stores. Y'all want to cancel food stamps right before Thanksgiving and Christmas, the biggest holidays with the biggest meals. Like, is y'all cool? It's okay though, because we're not finna abide by that bullshit. We just gonna start taking playing a out of crazy. Like, next year it's gonna be a fucking disaster. You see what they doing now? They want us to act a fucking fool. No, we're just finna steal.
All I gotta say is, young women, young men, hear me loud. Stay away from people like this. Keep company with them, and the only thing that'll follow is destruction, laziness, and pure chaos. This same mindset is shared by a very large segment of our community, popping out babies left and right. I'm talking about the most lazy, unprepared, undeserving people. They're the main ones reproducing. Can't afford to take care of themselves and all these children. Keep pushing out kids for men that's not even qualified. They're also not qualified to be mothers, but they're the main ones reproducing. And you think they're a problem now? Just wait until society has to deal with their kids. I'm sorry, but if you can't afford $40, $50 for Thanksgiving groceries or Christmas dinner, then maybe y'all don't need to eat. Have a holy fast. Walmart literally just announced a $40 Thanksgiving meal basket. Everything you need for your Thanksgiving dinner, $40. That's the cheapest it's been in years. They got the cost down by 25%. So miss me with the excuses. Then Thanksgiving is still 5 weeks away. And you mean to tell me you can't scrape together a few dollars between now and then while living in the middle of a gig economy? Please, I don't feel sorry for people like this.
Donald Orange Man J. Trump. I'm gonna tell you just like this. What the f you mean? Who ain't getting that goddamn food stamps in goddamn November? Cause I'm getting my goddamn. I don't know about the rest of you motherfuckers, but I'm getting mine. Cause I'm gonna tell you just like this on Jesus Lamar Christ. I will be at Walmart with my steel toes on and my helmet, and I dare try to stop me from walking out that store with my groceries. Baby, I'm 250 pounds solid. Baby, you wanna see a human bulldozer, baby? Cause that's what the I'm gonna turn into. If you think you gonna stop me from leaving out that goddamn store with my monthly groceries that I get every goddamn month, I ain't bothering no goddamn body, okay? Why y'all bothering me and my goddamn food? I'm just so tired of his big back, bald head, cradle cap, having shaped like a penguin any way, albino walrus looking ass. I'm sick of him. Like, it's gonna be an episode of goddamn Snap if y'all turn them goddamn Snap benefits off, I can tell you that.
Right now, y'all talking about taking y'all asses in these folks' establishments, stealing groceries because of the food stamps are being cut off for next month or whatever, and the government being shut down. But I'm gonna tell you what's not being shut down. It's that jailhouse. I'm not going to jail for nobody. No, I don't get food stamps. Yes, I used to get food stamps. My kid is grown. You know, I don't qualify, and it's all good. But one thing about me, I'm a hustler. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make some money. I am a dasher. I haven't dashed in about a year, but best believe, if I got to cut that dash back on to go and make me some money, that's just what I'm going to do. And y'all know I'm not the dasher that steals food. I don't play like that because I don't want nobody to take my shit. And I had that happen to me before. Well, all I'm going to say, they got Uber Eats, they got DoorDash, they got Lyft, they got Uber, they got all these different ways to where you can make some money. Don't go out there going to jail, because if you in jail, you definitely can't feed those kids. Come on now. Let's be smart.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about just a month ago, trolls was on here talking about, oh, Peach she don't need free food. She don't need this, she don't need that. And then come around this month, imagine the president shutting down the government and none of y'all can get y'all food stamps. That's what y'all get. See, the president want to show y'all something. He want to show y'all. If Peach McIntyre can take care of 9 children with no food stamps and no government assistance, y'all can too. So don't get on here making status of talking about the government cutting off food stamps because y'all felt like Peach McIntyre can do it without it. Why y'all can't do it without it? And people like me who only have 2 children and didn't get the food stamps, we don't give them. Cut them off. Don't get them nothing. Y'all get out here and get your credit together and learn how to buy you some food off your credit card. Because that's what I had to do. I had to do that. And since y'all want to get up here and applaud Peach McIntyre for bragging how she don't need government assistance no more, then none of y'all don't need it. Cut it off. Cut everything off. Cut it off, Trump. Let it stay off. Let some of these big mouth go out there and work on their job and buy their food out of pocket like Peach McIntyre. Peach McIntyre showed you if you leave TikTok, she can survive and the rest of them can too. I'm trying to survive off TikTok too. Cut the food stamps off. Y'all ain't give me none and y'all ain't give a lot of other people none. Stop these with these 9, 10, 11 children around here getting food stamps, getting on here acting like they bigger than the program. Not getting it off the muscle. Let me see you do it.
I ain't gonna lie. In Chicago, come November, if you work in these retail stores, Walmart, grocery stores, Food for Less, Jewels, all that shit, all I'm gonna say is don't try to be no hero. It's not worth you getting beat the fuck up to stop somebody from stealing groceries because they didn't cut the link. Like, if you ask that protection, honestly, I'm gonna keep it a buck. If I was y'all, because I used to work in asset protection, I'd definitely be looking the other way. Because y'all know, when like this happened in Chicago, it get really wild. And I'm just letting you know, this not the time for you to be getting beat on and punched on for $16 to $18 an hour. It's absolutely not worth it.
No, it's not worth it. Honestly, Walmart should be paying y'all to be professional 911 callers at this point. The moment they start grabbing stuff and running, call the police. It's not your job to fight somebody over groceries. And since people keep threatening to rob them, Walmart should go ahead and station a precinct or at least a dedicated officer at the store. Yeah, just have the police on duty already at the store since they keep telling y'all what they're about to do. These are threats, and they need to take them seriously in order to protect their employees. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. These folks said if they don't get their stamps by the 1st, they'll walk out with whatever they want and you better not say nothing. Tell me what you think about this mess below. Gotta send a shout out to our brother Dark Power. I appreciate.
So there you have it. As we talk about these Babylonian times, the times of Babylon. This is just the beginning of what we're going into tonight, but it's about to get deep in these streets if it's not already. There's more. Continuing with the daily sacrifice being taken. American farmers, Japan famine, Argentina, Thailand. Let's go to our next video here. See what's going on.
There's no denying that Americans have been feeling the pinch each and every time they shop at their local grocery store, especially if they're shopping for some good steak. In fact, some people are posting how much the steaks are costing at their local stores, and in some states, it's as high as $110. Just to show how bad things have gotten. How on earth can most families afford that? Well, they can't. Food insecurity, something that few Americans have had to worry about since the Great Depression, is again now something that every American might have to contend with. Government policies from both political parties, have led to this moment wherein cattle ranchers in Deep Red, Arkansas are worried that a new round of U.S. government trade policies will lead not only to their ruin, but the destruction of domestic American cattle farms everywhere. We've already reported on the Absolute Truth on how over the last several years, the United States has become a net importer of food, despite having some of the best farmland in the entire world.
America has some of the best farmland in the entire world, but it has never imported so much food. Revelation 18 about the merchants, right? America's mass consumption. It's like Africa. Africa has all those resources, but yet is a poor country, or a poor continent, should we say. Well, America has so much farmland. Why is America importing so much food? That's very, very poor logistics, but we're seeing this continued theme here revolving around food and the lack thereof. Food insecurity, food supply chain problems, food growth inadequacies, on and on and on.
And my next guest, independent war correspondent Michael Yon, has been warning people since at least 2022 that the United States is headed for famine. And we're joined by Michael Yon now, along with investigative journalist Masako Ganaha, who has also been sounding the alarm to discuss what's happening and how we stop this now, because this is extremely concerning. Good to see both of you. You're joining us from Japan today, so we appreciate you getting up in the middle of the night to talk to us about this very important issue. Before I let you take it over, I got a call, like a distress call from a farmer friend of mine, actually a pretty wealthy rancher. And he said, look, this was Tuesday night, I believe it was. He said, the only reason I can do this is because I actually have money from being in real estate. Okay. He said, but that's not the case for most farmers. He said, this is a distress call. If these policies go forward, we will lose our cattle industry. This will take the industry, especially in talking about Trump suggesting they could buy beef from Argentina. He said that we need to think about, particularly for President Trump, who's been so good. He's been so good on energy independence. We need to talk about food independence as well. Masako and Michael, this is finally getting the attention because of this policy. Say Trump does go forward with buying beef from Argentina. We go forward with some of the policies that are happening here in the United States. Are we still facing famine? I thought maybe we'd gotten beyond this with the new administration.
Absolutely facing famine. I started warning about this in 2020, and I was knocking on the door like a woodpecker hitting on the wooden door. I mean, this was clearly coming. Now, at the time in 2020, it sounded ridiculous because people kept saying, the sensible thing, don't you understand we're the world's largest food exporter? Yes, I absolutely do. But I'm warning as clear as I can. That is irrelevant. Trust me, that's irrelevant. By the way, Masako and I, we went down to Argentina in it was last November 2024 in December. And we went to CPAC there, and we went to other things. We were traveling around. We're looking at what's happening with the Chinese and others. That's why we were there. We were looking at food security and whatnot in Argentina. We were publishing about this. We've been all over Texas studying the same things, all over Europe, Netherlands, Ireland. We've been, Japan, obviously, we're at now. We were just in Thailand looking at it. We're looking at these issues all over the place. And so now let's get to Argentina. Argentina, we saw what Trump said. He's obviously, our ranchers are going out of business. We could talk about the reasons all day long, but it's a deliberate attack. It's a deliberate attack on our food supply, right? Likewise, here in Japan, you got these bears running around killing people constantly now in Japan, bears. And likewise, you've got and killing and wounding people constantly because the rewilding, as the World Economic Forum calls it. The farmers are, leaving the farms because they're either dying off or they're not staying farming. And now they're being replaced by bears and hogs and deer and that sort of thing. Same thing's happening in Europe, but with wolves, right? Now, actually, Masako and I need to pass this mic to Masako because she has very important things to say about the food insecurity here in Japan and the new prime minister. So I'm going to be quiet.
So it's not just in America, but when you look in the scriptures, when you talk about Babylon and you talk about the plagues on Babylon, what does it tell us? Revelation 18:8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine. Because when you're importing so much food from all around the world, what happens when those imports get cut off? What happens when you have a people that are totally dependent upon the state, food stamps, grocery stores? No one grows their herds and produces their own food. So now you set yourself up for the famine. And something else that came to my mind, because when we talk about this, you can't talk about this and not talk about the Hunger Games. Right? Movie series, books that have been written that the movies are based upon. Well, something that I always found interesting watching these movies was the release dates. And this is well before now, but over the years, I'd always look at the release dates of this Hunger Game movies, and I paid close attention to the time the movies were being released. When you type in Hunger Games movies release dates, right, there's 5 movies, Hunger Game movies. Of the 5 movies, 4 of the movies were all released in November, with November release dates. Right? The only one that wasn't released in November was the first one, which was released in March. Right? But 2013, November. 2014 was released in November. 2015 one was released in November. And then the 2023 one was released in November. And what do we look up and see? At least 25 states plan to cut off food aid benefits in November. So what is it about the month of November? Well, we do know that the month of November is, we all know, we all celebrated at some point in our life, Thanksgiving. So that's one thing associated with November, right? But there's also something else that we can say to be associated with November. So let's go ahead and go into the scriptures and take a look here. This is the month coming up for the Feast of Dedication. Let's take a look. Let's go to the book of 1 Maccabees. First Maccabees, which is in your Apocrypha, chapter 1. First Maccabees 1:1 says, and it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kinnim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and the Medes, and that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece. So when you read Daniel, we see the 4 beasts. This is the second beast, the Persians and Medes, the Medo-Persian Empire, being taken down by the third beast, the leopard, which is Greece. Alexander, the Greek, who they call the Great, over Greece. So this is Greece now coming, taking the Persians down and rising as the empire in the earth during its time. So when you come down here, as Greece is becoming a superpower, Alexander the Great, or the Greek, dies. Verse 7 says he reigned 12 years and died. Verse 10, and there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. So now, here comes the king of the Greeks, Antiochus. So what does Greece do? They set their eyes on Israel. Verse 11, in those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us, for since we departed from them, we have had so much sorrow. So you had Israelite sellouts, boule in our modern time. They would sell the people out. They would align themselves with the empire of the present time, right? And so you come down, and the Greeks then come into Israel and start to take down our land. Verse 25, therefore there was a great mourning in Israel in every place where they were. All right. Verse 28, the land was also moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. All the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. When we're looking at this food stamp video, right, we see our people. I mean, people who have nice homes, spending a lot of money cosmetically, nice cars, who are talking about stealing because they don't have taxpayers paying for their food in the form of food stamps. Right? Having children out of wedlock, no husbands around. I got more mouths to feed. I got a baby in the oven. Pure confusion. This is what happens when we align ourselves with the heathen. We think it's good. You had wicked men who felt like, you know, since we left the heathen, that we've had so much sorrow. But really the sorrow comes when we align ourselves with them. Then comes great confusion upon our people. So let's keep going. You all can read the whole chapter. But it goes into our land being taken, us falling. All right. So now let's keep going down. It talks about everybody being one people. Just like America, you have a country made up of many, many people who are all said to be one. Verse 43, yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath. So you look at our people today, are we keeping Sabbath as a whole? No. It's from following the Gentiles. They have us keeping Sunday worship. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah that they should follow the strange laws of the land. 45, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days. So all of our holy days now, we don't celebrate. What are we looking to celebrate now? Halloween's coming up. So we're all getting our, you know, as a people, we're getting our Halloween costumes ready to celebrate the pagan days. Right? Nobody's talking about Feast of Tabernacles. Nobody's talking about Feast of Dedication. We're talking about Halloween, putting up videos and pictures on social media, seeing how many likes we can get, how many comments we can get. Verse 46, and pollute the sanctuary and holy people. You come down to 48, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation. Come down. It says in verse 53, so what comes next? Now that we're in a state of confusion, we're sitting ducks for the military to come in and take us down. Verse 53, and drove the Israelites in the secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor or safety. So now because we're in confusion, we become sitting ducks. Their armies come in and stamp us out. The blessed are able to survive the flee, but majority of us get stamped out. We get jackbooted. Verse 54. Now the 15th day of the month Caslu, in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side. So we started this live stream out talking about Daniel. What did Daniel tell us? In chapter 12, verse 11. And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. So, what is a saying that they tell us? If you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. Daniel prophesied and warned us in advance about a desolation of abomination, an abomination that maketh desolate. So what we just read in First Maccabees was one of many desolations of abomination against our people. When we're in a state of confusion, we're in a state of disarray, and military is around us, those are signs that the desolation is about to begin. Well, the desolation is about to finalize, become final against us. The desolation has already started, because as you read here in First Maccabees 50, us profaning the Sabbath days and the holy days and profaning our temples, which are the temple of God, right? That's abominable. Then what comes with the abomination? The judgment, which is the desolation. So because we've been living abominable as a people, the desolation is about to commence and be fulfilled on our people. We're sitting ducks right now. Now let's take a look at this month Caslu and see what month this is, because this is very key for us to understand what's happening now and why it's happening right now. So we'll come over here. We'll type month of Caslu. It says Kislev. Actually, let me get Wikipedia. Is the third month of the civil year and the 9th month of the ecclesiastical year of the Hebrew calendar. So we're talking about the 9th month. What is the 9th month on the Gogor of the year? Well, somebody would say it's September, right? When September is not the 9th month. September is the 7th month. Septe means 7, right? We have to count from March, which is the first month of the year. That's the new year. So when you count from March, right? 6 months from March. 9 months from March, excuse me. You get to November. Gregorian equivalent, it is November. November, Nove, even when you look at the root of November, which is Nove or Novum, is 9. Nove, one moment, need to plug my mouse in. Give me one moment here. Nove is 9.
9.
So November is the 9th month, not the 11th month. Okay. Caslu is the 9th month, which would be November. Right? Now, when we come down here to verse 59, it says, now the 25th day of the month, they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of God. So when you look at the 25th day of the month of November, what do we have? We have Thanksgiving, Thanks-taking, which they call Thanksgiving. So notice the time that Thanksgiving is happening and America is being celebrated. The desolation of abomination was happening in Israel during the time of the Maccabees. That's the significance of this month, being the 9th month of the year. So this is what we have to prepare ourselves for every November, that this would be the time, because the Gentiles and the heathen, they understand this time, that this is a memorial for them to come against us. We don't understand what this time means. Therefore, when it rolls around and they're taking the daily sacrifice away, they're looking to come against us, we don't understand the timing of all this, that this is a repeat of history. When you look at Black Friday, which also happens right after Thanksgiving, when you look at modern history, it is said that Black Friday was the day that the slaves would be sold for a discount in America during the slave trade, during the auction blocks in America. They would have discounts and deals and sales on the slaves on that day. They called it Black Friday. So notice how Thanksgiving was them riding on Gad, the Gadites, and slaughtering them and celebrating it and calling it Thanksgiving. They told us a totally different narrative about how this is the Pilgrims and the Indians coming together to eat and have peace. That couldn't be further from the truth as far as what was happening. It was a slaughter of Gadites happening at that time. The day after, a discount sale on black slaves. We'll call it Black Friday. Well, one only needs to go back into 1 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 59, to see that this is what was happening on that day in that time. The Greeks were rolling over the Israelites, sacrificing, right? Their sacrifices on the altar of God after taking us down, after slaughtering us. It's just repackaged and given to us a different way now in modern time here in America. And so all this is showing us, with what we're seeing happening in November now, this is just what we need to be able to understand as a sign, knowing our history, that this is a move, this is a chess move being made by the Gentiles against us. And so every year from here on out, we have to pay very close attention as November rolls around. The move that'll be made, it doesn't mean they're not going to make moves against us all the rest of the year, but specifically this year has serious meaning to them. This month of the year, November. And we'll celebrate it thinking we're giving thanks, but we're really giving thanks to their God. The sacrifice they've set up on our altar, the sacrifice to their God, we'll go and give thanks and call it Thanksgiving. Right? And this is the mockery Hosea 4 and 6, that they have against our people because we don't have the knowledge to know what we're really celebrating. We're really celebrating our demise. We're really celebrating their conquest, their colonization, their destruction, their desolation, their conquering over us. I hope you all are seeing that. So now, when we go to Matthew 24, when Christ spoke about this, what would happen in the end? What did Christ tell us what to expect? Matthew 24 and 15. It says the abomination of desolation. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Remember what Daniel said? He said, the wise shall understand. The wise will read this prophecy and understand what it means. They can look at reality and see what's happening politically and understand what's going on, because this was prophesied to happen and what you must prepare yourself to be ready to do when you see this happening. Now, we're not at the final end of this prophecy, but we are seeing the birth pangs of this prophecy continue to intensify, if you will. Verse 16, what did Christ say? Ultimately, this is what we're going to have to do. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. So at the end of this, we're going to have to flee to survive this abomination of desolation that's coming. What did Christ tell us in verse 20? But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. So what is Feast of Dedication? Feast of Dedication is the first day of winter. So I hope we're seeing the connecting of the dots so we can put everything in its full picture, full spectrum here. So when we see these things, these are not just random events. This is not Democrats fighting with Republicans. This is like Psalms 83 says, right? They have taken crafty counsel. They are confederate against thee. They are working together to come against the children of Israel. They need the problem to bring the solution. So while they bring the solution, you won't push back because there's a problem. They can't just come at you without there first being a problem. Let's take a look and see in Maccabees if we can also not only see this desolation of abomination happening before Christ spoke about it, Daniel had already spoken about it. Let's see if we see this flight in the winter and on the Sabbath day. Well, we already see that it's happening in the wintertime, the month of Caslu, 25th day of the month. And then when we go to 1 Maccabees chapter 2, and we drop down, 1 Maccabees 2 and 28 says, so he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that they ever had in the city, just like Christ said, right? That then many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness. They went down into the wilderness to dwell there. So we have to understand this desolation of abomination happens every time they come against the children of Israel. But it's fulfilled with Christ when Christ said it will happen at the end. Daniel said it would happen. So as we get closer to the end, there are instances to where it happens, and then it happens again, and then it's going to happen a final time. We're living in the times where it's going to happen the final time. Happened in the time of Maccabees, happened in 70 AD, okay, and it's going to happen again in our times. So all this celebration of Thanksgiving, this food stamps being cut off in November lets you know they know the time. They know what this time period means for them is their conquering of us. Going all the way back to the time we're reading right now, 70 AD, on and on and on, all the times they've come against us. Check this out. Verse 32. So now that we fled for safety to the wilderness, what comes next? This is the winter time, remember. Pray that your flight be not in the winter. So now you're living off grid in the wilderness in the wintertime, in the harshest time of the year. It's cold, lack of food. You're not living in your comfort of your home. Verse 32, they pursued after them a great number, and having overtaken them, they camped against them and made war against them on the Sabbath day. They made war against them on the Sabbath day. We have the winter, we have the Sabbath day. What Christ is showing us, this is no new tactic. This is Esau does the same tactics over and over and over. The same blueprint. You don't learn from it, he's going to keep doing it. He's going to attack you in the winter, and he's going to attack you on the holy day. Whether you realize it's the Sabbath day or not. Because that's the Lord's day. And this is the abomination of desolation. He's defiling all that's the Lord's. Right? His days, our bodies. Okay, so I hope you all are seeing this so that when we fast forward to now, we understand what's happening now is a mirror of the past and a shadow of what's to come that Daniel and Christ both prophesied would happen at the end, the final time. We can look back in the past, we can learn from it. We can see others encountering a similitude of this, but what we're about to go through is going to be the final time. And Christ will have to come and save us from it when we're now in the wilderness. That's why Daniel was giving us a time when the daily sacrifice is taken away. When the mark of the beast is instituted, there will be a time to make it to the wilderness for safety. Time and a half times, which is 3.5 years. Then at the very end of that, right, then they will come against us and Christ will have to come and save us. And that will be the final desolation of abomination, siege against us, fulfilling that prophecy. So I hope you all see that. And we're going to come back to this because we're not finished talking about this desolation of abomination. But let's come back to our news here. So now, moving forward. It says here, the economic collapse. Dramatically reduced Christmas spending, soaring defaults and empty shelves, 14 signs that the condition of the U.S. economy is worse than you think. So let me say this here. For those of us that are baptized in Christ, that are in the Most High, this right here in the beginning, preliminaries, isn't going to affect us to that degree. It doesn't mean that we won't feel any effects at all. We all have to still go buy food and, buy things. So we feel inflation. But primarily who this is really going to have an effect against are the disobedient, right? The naysayers, those that are not preparing themselves, basically the grasshoppers that are out here playing, laughing at the ants, those of us that are preparing for the winter as the ant prepares for the winter, right? And when the winter comes, the ant is hunkered down, safe with food, warm, and the grasshopper withers away and dies in the cold because the grasshopper didn't prepare. The grasshopper can't eat in the wintertime because it's cold and there's no food. So understand that that initial shock is not going to affect us. We're protected. We planned. We prepared. But we now must prepare for those who are out here now losing their minds to make sure that we have ourselves, sectioned off from them to not receive the madness and the confusion and craziness that they're dealing with. right? That's why the scripture says that a man shall not have pity against his neighbor in 2nd Esdras. They're going to be looking to rob and steal and loot everywhere. Businesses, homes. Okay. So I've noticed that this year, Halloween rolls around. On social media, I don't see as many people dressing up every day of the month like they usually do. People aren't spending money like that. So now you have the food stamps being cut off. So it's about to be a very dreary holiday season, a very hellish holiday season. And we know that when Halloween rolls around, it's a portal being opened up, a portal into hell, worshiping the devil in his day, opening up all the demons for the rest of the year into the dead of the winter. Ball drops and all that happens from now until then, going into spring. All the demons being cut loose. Thanksgiving, Black Friday, where people are stampeding each other to death over junk. Nimrod's birthday, the fake New Year's, right? Just straight demoralizing people while they're living in an impoverished state. Now, we're really, and what you see with the food stamps is really not impoverished, because you see these people still living lavish to a lot of degree. It's just putting the squeeze on to where now things are becoming tighter. You didn't have as much liberty to just freelance and spend money on all this food like you used to with food stamps. Now it's being taken away. Now you got to be more frugal with how you spend money for those that are on food stamps. But I would say majority of us that, like I said, are in Christ probably weren't on food stamps to begin with. So it doesn't really affect us like that. We're more so affected by the outer ripple effect than the inner, more central core ripple effect of what's happening here. But these are just signs we can look at to continue for our understanding. What else do we have? Civil War, Trump administration to establish National Guard response force to be mobilized for mass civil unrest by April 2026. So we talked about it in what broadcast was that? Let me see if I can pull it up here. Let me find it for you all. We have the upcoming siege against Israel. So this is how it ends. It ends with military. It begins with the Hunger Games, and then the Civil War, and then the military is being put in position to stamp out the Civil War. After the Civil War, after the citizens have exhausted themselves with the Civil War, now you can send the jackboots up to finish what the Civil War didn't finish, which also goes into, we also had the Bracing for the Civil War Birth Pangs broadcast. So when you understand the Bible and you read their plans, the New World Order plans, you understand what's coming and how this goes down. Right? You understand what's coming and how this goes down. So let's take a look at this article here. What is this article telling us? Trump is looking to establish a National Guard response force. Let's take a look at this. A new memo has been unearthed showing that the Trump administration is preparing to mobilize National Guard troops across the nation by April 2026 to stop potential uprisings amid the nationwide No Kings protest and violent anti-ICE protests in cities like Chicago, Illinois, and Portland and Oregon. So check out how before this food stamp situation, the military was already deployed because they said they were fighting crime. So they've already put the military in place long before this stuff happened. Right? Already had the military there. So you're already used to the military. And they're there to fight crime. So now when people start looting and losing their minds, I'm going to steal because I don't have food stamps. Now you'll embrace the military presence being there. Oh, I'm glad the military's in my city because they finna crack down on these food stamp lunatics. See that? When we don't understand what this military being put in place means. So they do things in advance. So let's take a look at this specific response, this National Guard response force that's being established, what this means. This National Guard response force will be used for crowd control and civil disturbance operations in all states, territories, and the District of Columbia. So they're planning. Why would they want to put this in place if they don't know that there's something coming soon that's going to need this because they're creating this? That's why I tell you this, not Democrats and Republicans fighting. They're creating this. And they're putting things in place well before it happens. So we have the inside track on what's coming based upon their movements. We just need to throw out the narratives, the mainstream narratives that they're trying to feed us is to try to explain this away. We explain it away through the Bible and their New World Order white papers. They lay this out in all their plans. Their Great Reset plans that this is what they plan to do. Units of up to 500 troops will be trained to fully deploy within 24 hours in case of a violent uprising or riot. How do they know uprising or riots are coming? Because they're causing them. They're creating them. They're creating the civil unrest through the squeezing of the people, cutting funding, inflation, laying off of jobs, being replaced by AI and robots, taking away the daily sacrifice. When people have nothing left to lose, they lose it. Troops will be trained and equipped to use non-lethal weapons, including taser and pepper spray, according to the memo. States will train, equip, and make NGRFs operational NLT1 April 2026. So they're looking to replace your police force with military, which means things are going to get really, really bad if the military is coming in to keep the peace. Okay? Because the military does not abide by the same regulations and laws that police do. Which means they're going to shoot first and ask questions later. If it's about national security and you are a national security threat, they were just neutralizing the threat. Under NDAA, you don't get a trial anyway. Under Obama, the NDAA, when they passed that, you forfeited your right, power of attorney, due process. Kasabov reports on Substack that a source told him that the move is not normal and they have never seen an order like this before. This is totally abnormal. We're seeing totally abnormal things happening. From the jobs, the cutting off of social benefits, totally abnormal things. The AI data centers being built up by the football fields. Right? So these are serious chess moves that are happening here. New World Order chess moves, not Trump chess moves. Trump is the Wizard of Oz. His job is to keep you under the spell with the hocus pocus. This is the beast. The beast is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just the mouth of the beast. He's not the eyes. He's not the ears. He's not the nose. He's not the head. He's not the horns. He's not the body of the beast. He's just the mouth. The beast has many members. Just like Christ's body has many members, the beast has many members. He's just playing his part in all of this New World Order, Great Reset, one world agenda happening here. So we talked about the courts now allowing troops in Portland under Trump, his administration, right? The neutralizing or diminishing of the posse comitatus, which means that there shall not be any standing military in the streets of America to replace police. It's the reason why they've had to have police this whole time, because the Constitution goes against a standing military. So Portland passes the law. You have these No King protests, which isn't the first time they've had these protests. No Kings protests, which really is actually a shot at Christ, because he's the King of Kings and he's going to come back and take all the crowns. And so people are chanting, we don't need a king. Well, to say you don't need a king is saying you don't believe in Christ, who is the true king. That's a conversation for another day. So here you have your No Kings protests going on, which is continuing down the path of civil war, which is only furthering the need for standing military to deal with the uprising and the rioting.
Let's recap the protest in downtown LA, which was the largest protest in our area today. The day started out peaceful. No King's Day organizers claim 200,000 people turned out in downtown LA to protest the Trump administration's immigration policies, but around
So it's not playing, no service, but you get the point, right? This is all by design. They need this confusion, the optics of this, to bring in the solution. Let's move on. DHS warns against doxing of ICE agents, meaning that they're saying that the people that are doing these ICE raids, coming after illegal immigrants, are now being threatened by those who are against the deportation of illegals, which you can't do this in any country anymore. If you're going to go visit another country, you have to get your visa before you even go. America is the only country that allows illegal immigrants to be here and people to fight for them. So this is a non-issue in other countries for the most part. But now they're saying that if you go against ICE agents, harm them in any way, you're going to be prosecuted to the 1,000th degree of touching any of these ICE agents from doing their job. That's basically in a nutshell what this article states. Let's move on. At the same time, off of End of the American Dream, talk of secession by blue states rises as incidents of violent civil conflict become more common in major U.S. cities. So you're continuing to see more talk about red states versus blue states, so that you can have the false left-right paradigm. Without the two sides, you don't have a war. They have to have two sides. They just need you to pick a side. When you don't pick a side and you withdraw from either side, their spell and their power no longer has effect on you. They need you to be engaged and pick a side, right? The hocus pocus sorcery only works if you pick a side. That's why we don't have a side. We don't have a dog in this fight. Our side is with Christ. This what's happening. It got nothing to do with us. We're just looking to get out the way while people, right, the wicked that do wickedly that shall not understand, get sucked up in it. We don't want to get sucked up in it with them. Right? And so let's take a look at this also in the book of Luke. When Christ spoke about the desolation of abomination, Luke chapter 17, what else did he tell us to look for? To pay close attention to? A lot of things he told us to pay attention to, right? Let me find it here. It may be chapter 21 I'm looking for. Okay, let's go to chapter 21. Here we go. The desolation of abomination spoken of now in Luke, chapter 21, verse 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. So what are we seeing that Daniel's told us to expect? He told us about the daily sacrifice, work, right? Food. That's the daily sacrifice, right? Work, food. He also told us, when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, the military, right? When you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, know that the desolation of abomination is near. These are signs. Okay? These are signs. You see the civil war, the nation against nation, military in the streets, daily sacrifice being taken away. We're in the beginning stages of these birth pangs, but they're starting to intensify. Let's go to Luke chapter 19. Christ weeping over Jerusalem because he's prophetically looking out, seeing its destruction and its people's destruction. Luke 19:43, for the days shall come upon thee that thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee and compass thee round and keep thee in on every side. So that's what's happening now. We're being surrounded, squeezed, jobs being cut off, food being cut off, military coming in. Verse 44, and they shall lay thee even with the ground, and thy children within thee, and they shall not leave in thee one stone upon another, because thou knewest not the time of thy visitation. So he's speaking about those wicked that shall do wickedly and not understand. The remnant, remember, if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived. If it were possible, the very elect won't be deceived. The remnant will escape. The remnant will live to see another day. Those that are hedged by the Most High through righteousness, along with grace and mercy, because even in your righteousness, you may still end up being a martyr for Christ, right? So in righteousness and faith, grace and mercy, the remnant will survive this desolation. Right? So now, other things to look at. We need to look at the U.S. on the cusp of war with Venezuela. Kingdom against kingdom, right? So there's more and more things happening there where the U.S. is now looking in the midst of a government shutdown to start a new war, this time in South America with Venezuela. Asher, our people down there, part of the tribes of Israel, sitting on all that oil. And then going back to the tech side, hundreds of thousands of Brits protest UK government's plans to introduce mandatory digital IDs. So we're starting to see this talk of the digital IDs now, where you're not going to be able to work without the digital ID in the UK. We're going to get to that here in a moment. So you have different signs. Know the digital ID. If you accept digital ID today, you've accepted social credit tomorrow. Once scanned, never free. So you have people in the UK who are awake and they understand what this means. And they're fighting back. So this is another reason why they have to have military in the streets, is they're looking to push these mark of the beast, right? This mark of the beast agenda on people, these conditions. They understand people are going to fight back, resist. As people aren't being able to eat, people aren't being able to work. as society's breaking down, they're going to need military in place for order. Watch the Hunger Games. This is exactly what you see happening in the Hunger Games, right? And then from there, you are the carbon they want to reduce. Sandwiches in the UK now come with a daily carbon allowance score. So at the same time that they're dropping this digital ID in the UK, they're also dropping this carbon allowance score. So we're going to deal with the digital ID first, and then we're going to deal with the carbon score next. At the same time. Coincidence? Let's take a look here. Now, the reason we're showing the UK, because this is the Babylonian times, because whatever's happening in other parts of the world is beta testing for what they want to do in America, because a lot of the stuff they can't do here for the fear of the people rising up. They're trying to keep American people asleep. So they'll do a lot of this stuff in other parts of the world, fine tune it, so then they can do it here in America when they're ready to do it here. Also, the UK being part of the 10 horns is America's an extension of. So it's still the whore riding the beast. We talk about the UK, the beast being the UK being a horn of that beast. Let's check this out here.
Well, the mark of the beast is here, everybody. Check this clip out by Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK.
I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
Pretty wild. I mean, it's the mark of the beast. Everybody's gonna have to have a digital ID. You're not gonna be able to work. You're not gonna be able to. What does the Bible say? You won't be able to buy or to sell without the mark. And so it's here. The UK has always been ahead of us here in America, and so this is what they're gonna want to implement here. In fact, and just in Vietnam recently, they just debanked 86 million people because you have to have this digital ID now that's going to be now connected to your biometrics. And if you don't have it, you're not going to be able to work. You're not going to be able to do anything. And so this is what's coming. This is the 2030 agenda. Many prophets and people have tried to warn us. David O. McKay said the conflict between freedom and communism is the problem of our time. It overshadows all other problems. And oh boy, was he right. And if we take a look at the UK, our friends across the pond, they live in a socialist country. They live in a socialist country. They have socialized medicine. They give benefits to this mass migration movement, to all these illegal immigrants coming over. And they're paying half of their money goes straight to the government. So this isn't some sort of fake thing. The prophets tried to warn us and people were not listening.
So correction here with what he's talking about, with it being the mark of the beast, right? This digital ID is not the mark of the beast, because the mark of the beast will go in your right hand or forehead. But it is another step closer to the mark of the beast. And notice what was said by this prime minister who wears a yarmulke, right? Letting you know who he really is. You will not be able to work without the digital ID. So that's your daily sacrifice being taken, because now, once you get the digital ID, the next thing will be, now we must put it in your right hand or forehead. And without it being in your right hand or forehead, you will not be able to work. You will not be able to buy or sell. All your biometrics will be in it. So they're just trying to get us one step closer, right? Scanning our phones. We went from scanning our cars to now scanning our phones. Trying to get us to wear wearables, to where we can scan now the wearables. And then after the wearables, the next step is implants. right? Implantation in our bodies. So let's go here. Now that we've talked about a little bit about the digital ID, we have more here on the digital ID, and then we're going to deal with the whole carbon allowance is coming under this digital ID, where you're not going, because of climate change, you're not going to be able to do certain things. Like you're going to have an allowance on how much beef you can eat a month, how much dairy you can consume a month because of the carbon footprint it puts out. And once you've hit your allowance for the rest of the month, you cannot consume any more of that product. All the while they're building, $1 trillion facilities that, that consume, gigawatts upon gigawatts of electricity. So this has got nothing to do with climate change. But let's check this video out here on more about this global push for the digital ID. And just so people understand, they've already did it here in America. Your real ID that they're saying now you must have if you want to travel in a plane domestically, you must have a real ID or passport. The real ID has an RFID chip in it, and your passport has an RFID chip in it. So again, these are just closer steps to eventually having it, trying to put it inside of every person.
All right, let's get into the rest of the world. Just days after the UK digital ID law was revealed, Switzerland voted yes on digital IDs on September 28th with a razor-thin margin of 50.4%. So yeah, as far as I know, that ties digital ID to all banking services, digital wallets. But I bet that vote was rigged, by the way. However, then we have Canada. Canada is right behind everybody. They've been working on their own version for a couple years now. Mark Carney was actually in the UK as Starmer unveiled his big plans. And now Ottawa's announcing a national digital ID program that has the WEF fingerprints all over it. This is all coordinated. So let's jump to Australia. They passed their own version of this quite a while ago, but are now touting their quote-unquote gold standard program that's going to be used for pretty much everything.
The state government is about to launch a new form of digital ID that means you'll never have to hand over your personal details to anyone again. It will all be stored in the Service New South Wales app on your phone, which will prove you are who you say you are.
A radical plan to crack down on social media abuse is being considered by the federal government. For more, Nine's Oliver Haig joins us live in Adelaide. Ollie, how will it work?
Layla, good morning. Essentially, it will work the same as a passport. Australians forced to submit 100 points of identification, like their driver's licence or passport, when using social media accounts like Facebook and Twitter. Now, police would have access to those social media accounts, and it's all part of a crackdown on online abuse. Now, users could be liable for defamation suits or even criminal prosecution, and it's all part of a plan hoping to deter people from engaging in bad behaviour. Now, the recommendations were handed down by a federal parliamentary inquiry. They're reforms that are being considered by the Morrison government, with the chairman saying there is merit to remove.
Now, they want you to believe this is for online abuse, bad behavior online. The online abuse and bad behavior are those that are telling the truth and exposing what's going on. They want to put a crackdown on that so that you only have one place of receiving information, and that is from the beast itself. That's what this is all about.
To remove the veil of being anonymous. Layla?
We've taken another step towards a cashless society. A big bank has confirmed customers in some locations can no longer withdraw money over the counter as branches continue to wind back services.
It's up there with the pub with no beer, the bank with no cash. ANZ has confirmed some branches no longer handle cash at the counter. Others are directing customers to smart ATMs for cash transactions.
The latest figures on ATMs shows the number of machines has more than halved from almost 14,000 back in 2017 to around 6,000 in the middle of last year.
For years, cash was king, but not anymore.
Hello there. I wondered if you had any change for a $50 note.
No, I don't have any cash.
Don't use cash anymore these days.
No, definitely not. No change at all.
Never?
Never. Not having cash is much more convenient.
For the first time since dollars and cents were introduced in the 1960s, Australia's cash supply is shrinking.
We are becoming fully digitalised. We're still producing cash out there, but we're just becoming more reliant on other ways to pay. And this is what you would expect. In fact, it's a trend that's long.
Exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening? Because they're not at the moment.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the new world order, in the new world order, in the new world order.
And that's just the way it is. We've got to accept that this is the new world order. We've got to accept that this is the new world order. We've got to accept that this is the new world order.
And then we have Sweden, who upgraded their own as well, connecting their banking services to an eID. It's going to launch before the end of the year and will not only handle all payment systems, but also voting. But really, here's the kicker. Over 100 countries are still building out their digital ID programs, following the blueprint, from pilot programs to full rollouts. This is not organic. I mean, we also have India, of course, with their Aadhaar program, 1.3 billion people using it for all services.
Another place that India leads, but there's a lot more that all of you can be involved in driving forward, is this digital public infrastructure.
You know, my country was the first where they made cash illegal. 2016, digitalization was forced on the country. 8 o'clock in the evening announced midnight, cash was illegal, the big notes. And 70% of the economy crashed. This digitalization is now going all over the world, and there's a war on cash. They call it war on cash, because cash is merely a medium of exchange. It has no value in itself. It's just a promise. You read the dollar note, it says, I promise to pay the bearer. When it's digital, even a credit card, you know, you're giving rents to the global financial system. But when it's cryptocurrency in the hands of algorithms, in the hands of big tech, they will do what is happening in China. Create social credit system to decide a new caste system. And you might have also followed that while all this has been happening, the founder of the World Economic Forum did a book called The Great Reset on how to deal with the COVID crisis. And everything we're seeing unfold is part of that Great Reset. But an element of that Great Reset is you will own nothing. If ever there was a time for humanity to wake up, now is the time.
Estonia claims their version is going to be needed for 99% of services. And then we have China. Of course, we know about them.
Picture your life in a place where everything you do, what you buy, how you behave, is tracked. The government gives you a score, and the score is a measure of how trustworthy you are as a citizen and determines what you're allowed to do, like ever. Boarding a train, getting a mortgage, all goes back to this score. It's called social credit. It's actually happening in China. The system's eyes are in big data, artificial intelligence, and roughly 200 million surveillance cameras. She's a 752. That's her rating with Sesame Credit. You start with 1,000 points, and you can print out your report anytime. You lose points for things like jaywalking, littering, tossing cigarette butts, or spreading rumors. Cameras do a lot of the surveillance work, but it's pretty analog too, like posters that list the ways you can gain or lose points. And each night, local TV shows the surveillance highlights of the day. She's an information collector, a paid enforcer who walks around and writes down deeds about her neighbors. Like the man who carried a drunk person home. Things like this are good deeds, she said. But the farmer overheard swearing and being rude? Yeah, bad deeds. Her quota is 10 a month. She likes the work. Thinks the city's...
However, then we have South Korea, who tied their new digital ID to biometric surveillance. From healthcare to banking, they got you locked down. And then we have Singapore. Digital ID is used by 97% of citizens already. And then we have Denmark, who upgraded their version via public-private partnerships, banking, healthcare, taxes, you know the deal. We have Nigeria, who were really the first testbed for this cradle-to-grave initiative and are bragging about how they finally reached 100 million people on this program.
Check this out. Nigeria's digital public infrastructure will track and trace its people with digital ID from birth to death. It's called Cradle to Grave, DPI, Digital ID Scheme for All Citizen Life Events. So they got our not all of our people in Africa, but Nigeria all on board with this tracking you from cradle to grave under the beast, this system. So the Nigerian government sold out.
Yeah, big tech has been in Africa using them as a test bed for all this stuff. Typical. We even had the United Arab Emirates, who are bragging about how they linked digital ID to facial recognition services. And then finally, we have the entire EU, who are now at the point of having a digital wallet tied to a digital identity, and it's becoming mandatory. It's kind of funny how the entire world is implementing digital IDs at once. It must be a coincidence, right?
Putting you in control of your information and providing a secure and convenient way to access online services.
There really is an almost global push towards getting the West and other countries signed up to a system of digital identification.
Ontario's digital IDs will be launching later this year.
Digital identity wallets, it's an European tool.
So what's being talked about is a digital ID.
Anda mesti ada dengar pasal identity digital national kan?
And we've seen this come out. This is the language of places like the World Economic Forum.
Digital identity is increasingly the cornerstone of how we engage in society.
There is obviously tremendous energy building around this concept of digital identity.
The overall principle of it is that it seeks to set up a system whereby Australians are offered the opportunity to be part of a digital framework.
Putting you in control of your information and providing a secure and convenient way to access online services.
Which you can then use to interact with business and with government.
My rates, my tax, my tolls, my healthcare, my welfare, my gas, my electricity, my bills, my banking, eventually virtually everything can be in my digital ID.
We are creating a framework whereby the government and this system becomes central to everything you do. Problem with that is framed in what we saw during COVID.
We're going to move to a situation where, to protect the health system, we're going to lock out people who are not vaccinated.
Obvious thing to move in the direction of digital ID.
At the moment, it's all voluntary. And we're told it's voluntary.
If you're an individual, you will not have to have one of these digital ID.
Once the framework's in place, it's not that difficult to amend bills to make it completely compulsory.
The government's position on COVID-19 vaccinations is that it is voluntary.
The vaccine mandate has kicked in.
This gives government the opportunity to turn you on or off, whether you are naughty or nice. Imagine needing to go to hospital and needing to use your Medicare, but not having, having been a holdout for digital ID. Oh. Well, perhaps you just don't go to hospital. And we might all laugh at that, but that's basically what we saw during COVID.
There are an untold number who are being denied these life-saving organ transplants because of their vaccination status.
Sheila Annette Lewis has died after she was refused an organ transplant because she refused the COVID vaccination.
And this is the framework we're setting up with this bill here. And it looks like the government are going to ram it through without debate. And the ramifications are huge. Imagine plugging this into a central bank digital currency and plugging it into data from surveillance. You give yourself a turnkey society potentially whereby people can just be cancelled. And we saw that in Canada with the truckers.
Banks have already started to freeze the accounts of people involved in the protests.
If your truck is being used in these protests, your corporate accounts will be frozen.
And if you want to look into the dystopian future, have a look at what China are doing, where people can be deducted from their bank account for jaywalking because the camera saw them, they have a digital ID, and their WeChat bank account just gets deducted without them even doing anything. We're not that far off that. That is where these things potentially lead if we're not careful.
So why not join some of the millions of people already verifying their ID through Australia's digital ID system?
So now, let's take a look at this carbon system. Now they're rolling out the digital ID. You have this carbon social credit score system that they're rolling out at the same time in the UK. We know they've rolled this out in China, and this is the new system that's now being put in place. It says, UK bank starts monitoring carbon footprint of what you buy. NatWest have updated their banking app so it will now monitor your carbon footprint based upon what you purchase. This will soon be tagged to your digital ID, no doubt. The UK is going insane. So now, whenever you buy something, there is a carbon footprint next to what you. So here it says bill, 6 transactions. It says 28 kilograms CO2. So now we're dealing with the CO2 boogeyman, which is just carbon, which is all part of this natural air in the atmosphere. It's natural. Eating out, 41 kilograms CO2. Shopping, 327 kilograms CO2. Transport, 1,398 kilograms CO2. Are you all seeing this? So they're already putting it as if this climate change is something real, right? They don't have to prove it's real. All they got to do is tell you it's real and then start putting it in the system and attaching it to you. And they never proved that it was real. As a matter of fact, when you go into any type of proof trying to prove it's real, you only get disproven of how fake and unreal it is. All right, so I want y'all to see that. So now we have another thing here we want to check out. This is, well, not this. Yeah, this. It says the digital prison future if we do not fight back now.
Entry denied. You have criticized the government.
Sorry, last week you purchased too much meat and now your access to your money has been denied.
You haven't let the government know about this trip and your access is denied.
You have gone over your carbon credit allowance of food this week and your access to food has been denied. A day in the life of UK school children 2035 with digital ID. You have gone over your electricity allowance this week and your access is denied. You have gone over your weekly travel limit and your access is denied.
Entry.
So there's another video here we're going to look at. A new Palantir ad has the world talking.
Good morning, citizens.
Let's take a look at this new Palantir ad that has the world talking. Are you ready for the future now?
Good morning, citizens. Your overnight account balances have been updated. Time to start a productive day. Final notice, your account balance is below 500. You need 50 credits by the end of the day to avoid automatic eviction. If you have missed work due to illness, you must provide a doctor's note to reclaim your credits.
Any extra credits? Please.
Tensions are high today, with more people planning to join the Citizens Against Digital Control protest. Remember, the government knows who you are at all times. Resisting is not worth the consequences. All of their newest social credit systems are designed to keep you and your families safe and efficient.
Authorities seized a record balance of an individual's credits, citing excessive hoarding.
Traffic violation detected. 7 miles per hour over the limit. 75 credits have been automatically deducted.
You have to be fucking kidding me.
Yep, you got the flu. Your blood work shows a significant iron deficiency. I recommend incorporating more red meat into your diet.
Dr. Jones, your taxes were not filed and have been automatically deducted with late fees. Your medical license has been revoked.
Oh, hell nah, I filed an extension.
So because he gave her a solution that they know would actually help her by telling her to eat more red meat, right? Because they demonize red meat so much to make you think it's so bad when it's actually the exact opposite. One of the most nutritious things you can eat. The reason why they're pricing it out the game at the same time, they took away his medical license after he had filed an extension, right? Hear that again?
You got the flu. Your blood work shows a significant iron deficiency. I recommend incorporating more red meat into your diet.
Dr. Jones, your taxes were not filed and have been automatically deducted with late fees. Your medical license has been revoked.
Oh, hell nah. I filed an extension.
Purchase denied. Monthly red meat allowance exceeded. Try mealworms instead.
You don't get the red meat. Your monthly allowance has been exceeded. You will eat the bugs and be happy.
Can you guys please let me through?
Attention. Unauthorized political gathering detected. Participants' access to financial services has been suspended. Due to the speeding infraction, your car will be immobilized for 3 days.
Fuck you! Take your surveillance policies and rot in hell!
You've earned 50 bonus credits for reporting your neighbors.
Now you got this, the government see something, say something, snitches. They can get brownie points from government by reporting, right? Those that cause government infractions. So now you got to watch out for those who will betray you and turn you in to the beast.
You've earned 50 bonus credits for reporting your neighbor's hateful misconduct. This content exceeds your current social credit tier. May we suggest citizen responsibility? Sarah, open the door. You have been identified by the authorities.
Here come the jackboots to come arrest you for being in total violation of your credit score. And she's ready to end it all, then be taken by the jackboots.
Don't resist. Don't resist. Don't resist.
Now, this is said to be a Palantir ad. The same company that's building this system is showing us what this system will look like, warning us while building it. All right, a few more things here as we start to come to a conclusion. We have millions of America's teens are being seduced by chatbots, by AI chatbots. So we've seen this where this generation has become so engulfed in the tech It says that after a 14-year-old Sewell Setzer developed a romantic relationship with a chatbot on Character AI, he decided to take his own life. So if a romantic relationship with a AI chatbot isn't disturbing enough, it then led him to taking his own life. We are talking about ultra intelligent entities that have been specifically designed to manipulate emotions. I would recommend completely avoiding them. In some extreme cases, AI chatbots are making extraordinary claims about themselves. The following comes from a Futurism article entitled AI Now Claiming to Be God. So some of these apps where the AI are claiming to be channeling God himself. The question is, what God? So you have Christian chatbot apps, one prayer app called Bible Chat. So you have these people getting on these religious apps ran by chatbots, thinking they're talking to God, thinking they're talking to the Most High. All over the world, people are now seeking spiritual instruction from AI entities. That should be a major red flag, but some religious leaders apparently believe that there is nothing wrong with this. Remember, we saw the AI Jesus. I forget if that was the exact name, but it was like AI, and you could ask Jesus anything, and he would give you an answer. What else do we have here? Sending people into delusions and psychosis, playing with the AI. It is being projected that almost 100 million U.S. jobs could be lost to AI over the next decade. Right? Brave New World. It's what the Brave New World looks like. It says, Peter Thiel would have us believe that anyone that wishes to restrict the growth of AI in any way is a very serious danger to society. Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel didn't start the fire by adding a couple more names to the list. So now he's talking about the Antichrist, which we know there is no singular Antichrist. So Thiel is pushing these Antichrists 4-part lectures. Imagine a sodomite trying to tell you about an Antichrist that don't exist. Like, this person should not be allowed to talk about anything related to the Bible at all. All right. Let me get something else. Let me see if I can find it. I was looking at earlier. Don't see it here. Okay. Didn't pull it up. Let me pull it up for you all to see this. And what we're going to conclude with tonight, we're going to conclude with our part 3 of the Secret Mysteries of the Beginnings of America, Riddles in Stone, the final part. We're going to talk about this great whore that rideth upon the beast, but let me pull this up here real quick. Talking about the times of Babylon, the Babylonian times. What else do we have going on in Babylon? Wait till y'all see this right here. This is insane. All right. Waiting for it to load. Oh, here it comes. Know what's going on. So 1 second, family. My internet, for whatever reason, is acting weird. Trying to get this to load and it's just spinning. They're messing with Substack. I'm trying to get into Substack. I can get it anywhere else, but for whatever reason, Substack is just spinning. Let me see if I can pull it up on another computer here. Very strange. Okay, what we'll do is I got something else I'll show while we wait for Substack to come up. We have a Reese report here. Big banks prepare for compliance-based currency.
The Reese report is now fully funded.
Since Israel first launched strikes on Gaza after Hamas's surprise attack on October 7th, it has targeted residential buildings. The UN says nearly 200,000 structures have been destroyed or damaged. With so many fleeing attacks, Palestinians packed into makeshift shelters, many of them UN-run schools, but they were not safe. More than 1,000 schools have been bombed. And Israel has destroyed most of Gaza's hospitals, including Al-Shifa, where more than 400 Palestinians were killed in a raid in March 2024.
We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began.
In 1948, when the land of Palestine was officially stolen and given to a group of rabid Zionists who murdered over 10,000 Palestinians. This crime against humanity was decided as early as 1917 with the Balfour Declaration, the British Crown, and Lord Rothschild of the Rothschild banking dynasty, otherwise known as the Bank of England, who, when it's all said and done, will have control over hundreds of billions of dollars worth of Palestinian oil and gas reserves. As Michael Rivero famously said, all wars are bankers' wars. According to Benjamin Franklin, the primary catalyst for the American Revolution was the Bank of England's Currency Act. After the Revolution, a value-based economy, with no interest being paid to any central bank, was created. But it didn't last long. The first Bank of the United States was chartered in 1791 and favored foreign stockholders over Americans. The charter ended in January of 1811, followed by the War of 1812, and the establishment of the Second Bank of the United States in 1816, which gave more power to the Bank of England. Andrew Jackson successfully killed the bank's renewal and shortly after became the first U.S. president targeted for assassination when Richard Lawrence drew pistols on him outside the U.S. Capitol, but misfired. Laws were passed in the early 1860s for the U.S. government to issue its own currency in a value-based economy as opposed to the debt-based system imposed by central banks. According to an 1864 edition of the London Times, this would have made America the wealthiest nation of the world. The article warned that if a government creates its own money, it will be without debt. It will become prosperous without precedent in the history of the world, and therefore must be destroyed. In 1865, President Lincoln was assassinated, and the economy was quickly phased back to the central bank's debt enslavement model. In 1913, the tyrannical Federal Reserve Bank and federal income tax was born. The two world wars brought Germany under the heel of the central banking cartel. Western banking institutions financed the Bolshevik Revolution. In 2000, Iraq stopped selling its oil in Federal Reserve notes. In 2003, Iraq was illegally invaded by the United States, and dollar-based oil sales were reinstated. In Libya, Muammar Gaddafi's gold dinar currency was making the nation rich. In 2011, the U.S. invaded and reverted Libya's oil sales to dollars. The Bank for International Settlements recently proposed efforts under the guise of anti-money laundering that would provide scores to tokens and digital wallets, including stablecoins. Digital ID, social credit scores, and a carbon tax is what the bankers are up to now. And everything else is a distraction. Today's war is mostly psychological, and it's being waged upon you. Greg Reese reporting. The Reese.
All right, let me see if I can't get in with this Substack, I'm just going to see if I can find something similar. Here we go. I'll just use this for now. Something's going on with the internet. It could be because it's raining here. Internet's acting kind of weird. But recently was made aware of this. USDA to airdrop rabies vaccines into 6 states. The U.S. Department of Agriculture will be airdropping rabies vaccines into 6 states over the course of the month, continuing a process that started in August this year in other states. Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia will receive the vaccines. So basically, this is an aerosol that they're spraying rabies vaccines on these states. So basically, if you're in these states, you're getting aerosolized with a rabies vaccine, whether you like it or not. All right, so who let's see here. Is this aerolized or are they just dropping these vaccines? Okay, we'll look more into this. The article that I had that was breaking all this down is not loading for whatever reason. It was working earlier, but now it's like it's been being blocked somehow. Firewall, but that's okay. So now let us conclude with continuing to talk about this great whore that sitteth upon the beast in many waters, leaving off where we left off last broadcast, bringing us one of our last broadcasts, leading us up to the Babylonian Times second edition, where we're continuing to focus in on this great whore. So we're going to Revelation chapter 17. It talks about the great prostitute and the beast. It talks about in verse 1, the great whore that sitteth upon many waters and her judgment. All the kings of the earth have been made drunk off her cup. Right? Verse 3, this woman sitting upon a scarlet colored beast. She was arrayed in purple and scarlet, decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. Upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. So this woman, we're going to talk about the woman and the beast, verse 7, and the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath 7 heads and 10 horns. So this beast that carries her is the Roman Empire, the last empire, Rome. 7 heads representing 7 hills. All right, 7 mountains. And the 10 horns we know are the European Union, the 10 countries that make up the European Union that are governors under Rome. And so this whore that sits on the Roman Empire that's riding her is America. America's making the whole world drunk. When you come down to verse 16, it says, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. So what we're seeing happening right now with America is she's being made desolate and naked. All this money going out to these foreign governments, these other countries, these immigrants. Okay. Therefore, now the American people, all that money that could be going to the American people is going elsewhere to make the world rich, to bring up the status of some of these third world countries, as well as keep these other countries afloat and prop them up even further. But the citizens are being made desolate and naked. All right. So the American citizens are being demoralized, right? Through inflation, through politics, on and on and on and on. And what this is going to end with is America being burnt with fire. When you drop down to verse 18, it says, and the woman which thou sawest is that great city. That great city is America, which reigneth over the kings of the earth. So America is the empire that's actually ruling right now by proxy of Rome. The whore is a proxy of the beast. All right. And you would think that typically a person, the beast is the pet, but in this case, the beast is the master and the woman is the pet of the beast. So America is the pet of Rome. And so now we're going to go into our third part of the Riddles in Stone, our final part. I have one clip here to show about the Statue of Liberty more and more continue to talk about this great whore and what the Statue of Liberty represents within the Babylonian construct. Queen Semiramis.
Statue called the Statue of Liberty. It's holding the torch of illumination, which is the Promethean torch of Freemasonry. And if you go to the Statue of Liberty, you'll see a bronze plaque inside saying that this was given to the government of America by the French Grand Orient Temple Masons. And it is a symbol of Grand Orient Freemasonry in America, the holder of the light. And that's exactly the same torch that is carried during the Olympics. It is the torch of Prometheus.
It's not the torch of freedom.
No, it's not the torch of freedom.
Of the Illuminati.
Illumination. To add also that on the back of the Liberty dime, on the back of the old dime in America, there was the fasci, which you look in the encyclopedia or dictionary, you look at the word fascism, you'll see that the symbol for world fascism was a bundle of sticks, a bundle of rods with a hatchet head. That was on the back of the
Well, you see that
dime.
on each side of the speaker's podium at Congress.
Oh, absolutely.
So they have the fasci on each side.
Absolutely, and it's also the symbol for the United States Senate is the fasci. But the point I want to make is that was on the old dime. Now, on the new dimes, you will see it has been transplanted a torch instead of the old fasci, because fascism was used at one time to prepare the world for the New World Order. Now the New World Order is in place. That's why on the dollar bill it says Novus Ordo Seclorum is New Order of the World.
So from New York Harbor, right, the biggest merchant port in the world, said to be one of the many capitals of Babylon, to Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, for our final part, speaking of The Secret Mysteries of America's Beginnings, Volume 2, Riddles and Stone, The Secret Architecture of Washington, D.C., where we last left off talking about Albert Pike.
How do we know this?
Right. So let's go back.
Among those whose sympathetic bells seem to have been rung is Siegfried Kleinknecht, the former Sovereign Grand Commander of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, an office believed by many to be the most powerful Masonic office in the United States. Kleinknecht is pictured here next to President Ronald Reagan, when Reagan was made an honorary 33rd degree Mason. This becomes significant when one considers that Kleinknecht wrote the foreword to David Oveson's book. He begins with the words, "As above, so below," saying these words, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, lie at the heart of the Western esoteric tradition. He later refers to the work as a fascinating and well-researched book. We asked Dr. Morris to comment.
Brother Kleinknecht was the one who hired me to work at the Supreme Council as the managing editor of the Scottish Rite Journal. I've known him for over 20 years. I admire him as a Mason, as an administrator. I'm quite impressed at what he's accomplished. We don't happen to see eye to eye on that historical interpretation. But again, I think the important thing is he emphasizes in his introduction or his foreword that Oveson may have found an explanation. He doesn't say it is the explanation. Certainly it's an intriguing explanation, but I don't think that there is any historical basis to it.
Of David Oveson's research, Siegfried Kleinknecht writes that recent scholarship demonstrates the undeniable influence of Freemasonry exerted on the American system of government. While Kleinknecht is careful in his suggestion, he goes on to relate Oveson's work with that of 19th century Masonic icon Albert Pike.
Albert Pike is the father, really the father of American Freemasonry. I don't know of a greater authority on Scottish Rite Masonry than Albert Pike because he authored it. He's the one who wrote Scottish Rite Masonry, the 32 Degrees.
Albert Pike, in his ritual research, suggests that the ceiling of Masonic lodges should be painted with symbolic constellations.
In the foreword to Oveson's book, Kleinknecht comments on Pike's suggestion for a ceiling design. He says, "The astonishing thing is that Pike's ceiling design reflects precisely the same mysteries observed by David Oveson in this book."
Albert Pike was one of the most prominent 19th century Freemasons. He joined the fraternity, I believe, in 1859, just before the Civil War. He was a scholar of ancient languages, was very familiar with what we would call comparative religion today, and he was given the task by the Supreme Council for the Southern Jurisdiction to rewrite their rituals. And this he did just before the Civil War, and then after the Civil War, he was elected Grand Commander of the Southern Jurisdiction, and he served in that position until his death in, I think, 1891.
Pike held the office of Sovereign Grand Commander for the Southern Jurisdiction, which is based in Washington, D.C. This is the same office that would be later held by Siegfried Kleinknecht. Albert Pike's great contribution to the Scottish Rite is his book, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. On the title page it reads, "Esoteric Book for Scottish Rite Use Only, to be returned upon withdrawal or death of recipient."
It's given to the new Masons after they've gone through a series of stuff. Then they're given a copy of Albert Pike's book.
Pike declared that the true definition of Freemasonry is an advance toward the light. The question then becomes, what is the light of Masonry? Many believe the answer comes from Pike's own words. In Morals and Dogma, Pike wrote, "Lucifer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not." Masons and their critics will likely agree that these words, perhaps more than any other, continue to haunt Pike's memory. A statue of Albert Pike is located at 3rd and D Streets in downtown Washington, D.C. It was erected by Freemasons in 1901 through an act of Congress. Pike is shown with a maiden beneath him, bearing the standard of the Scottish Rite. More than a century after his death, Albert Pike continues as an important and controversial figure in America's capital. Not only does his statue remain, but he is the central focus of one of Washington, D.C.'s most unique buildings, the Masonic House of the Temple, the headquarters for the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The building was designed by 20th century architect John Russell Pope, who modeled it after the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Pope himself was not a Freemason, so he relied upon the esoteric knowledge of Elliott Woods, a 32nd degree Mason who was the architect of the United States Capitol at the time. The top of the temple is shaped like a step pyramid that some believe parallels the truncated pyramid on the back of the dollar bill.
If you count the courses of masonry on the pyramid, you'll see it has 13 courses of masonry, and that corresponds to the 13 steps on the pyramid that is the roof of the House of the Temple.
Not only is the number 13 present in the roof design, but the House of the Temple is said to be 13 blocks north of the White House, leading some to believe that a secret Masonic signature somehow ties Masonry with the seat of power in American government.
One of the interesting theories put forward about the layout of Washington, D.C. is that the House of the Temple is exactly 13 blocks north of the White House. And the statement is usually said with a great deal of dread, and I'm sure that if we had a soundtrack accompanying it, there would be deep bass strings playing in the background to emphasize that sense of dread. Now, it turns out that there are some side streets at a halfway marker, and if you count them, and you don't count the streets that are in the circles, well, by golly, you can come up with 13 if you kind of squint your eyes and look at it sideways.
Using a simple map, 13 individual cross streets can be identified between the White House and the House of the Temple, located on the south side of S Street. Dr. Morris's contention, however, is that if one counts the 2 streets that cross Scott's Circle, rather than only the street that runs between them, it would not amount to 13 blocks. Yet even prominent publications such as U.S. News and World Report have recognized that the Masonic House of the Temple is about 13 blocks north of the White House. But superstition about 13 seems ingrained in American culture. Even our modern elevators specifically avoid the number. It's said that President Franklin Roosevelt would invite his secretary to dinner to keep from having 13 people at the table, and would avoid going out on the 13th of each month. Yet it would seem that FDR was not so troubled about the appearance of 13 on the Great Seal of the dollar bill. 13 leaves in the olive branches, 13 bars and stripes in the shield, 13 feathers in the tail of the eagle, 13 arrows clutched in its talons, 13 letters in the phrase E pluribus unum on the ribbon, 13 stars in the hexagram above the eagle's head, the 13 levels to the pyramid, and 13 letters in the phrase Annuit Coeptus, said to mean God has prospered.
13.
When French architect Pierre L'Enfant laid out the design for Washington, D.C., David Oveson tells us he planned for 13 approximate straight lines of avenues for the city. But what does 13 mean in the occult? First, let us consider how those who are involved with mysticism look at numbers. William Wynne Westcott, a well-known Freemason and one of the co-founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, explains that the followers of Pythagoras referred every object, planet, man, idea, and essence to some number or other. The numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphic symbols, by means whereof he explained all ideas concerning the nature of things. He goes on to say that all systems of religious mysticism are based on numerals. Some believe the phobia about 13 comes from the Last Supper, where supposedly Judas Iscariot was the 13th person to arrive and then later betray Christ. Kabbalists say 13 represents man's ability to go beyond the zodiac, to ascend above the stars of heaven. With this in mind, consider this phrase inside the Library of Congress: "Too low they build, who build beneath the stars." For Kabbalists, the number 13 is not unlucky, but refers to their concept of God. The word Shekinah represents the manifestation of God's glory. It is taught that the Shekinah glory of God shone in Solomon's temple when it was first dedicated. This picture shows a group of Freemasons reenacting this dedication ceremony. But in the Library of Congress, we are faced with an interesting puzzle, as we find these words painted on the wall: "The true Shekinah is man." But what could all this have to do with the number 13? Biblical scholar E.W. Bullinger writes that as to the significance of 13, all are aware that it has come down to us as a number of ill omen. Many superstitions cluster around it. Unfortunately, those who go backwards to find a reason seldom go back far enough. We must go back to the first occurrence of the number 13 in order to discover the key to its significance. It occurs first in Genesis 14:4, where we read that 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and the 13th year they rebelled. Hence it stands in connection with rebellion, apostasy, and revolution. It was when America was made up of 13 colonies that its rebellion against England occurred. Was this just a coincidence, or the intentional working of the Freemasons who launched the Boston Tea Party? An event commemorated here on the ceiling of the Capitol building. Nearby is an illustration which had originally been designed by Benjamin Franklin. Franklin himself was a master mason and the head of several lodges in America and Europe. In his proposal for the Great Seal of the United States, Franklin coined the phrase, "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God." In this illustration, Franklin chose to represent the early colonies in the form of a serpent, divided into 13 sections, with the words "join or die" in the midst.
The traditional belief is that all of that was based on the fact that there were originally 13 states in the Union, and that the number 13, that's the conventional view, is just simply because there were 13 states that the number 13 was emphasized.
Another 13 is found, about 13 blocks south of the Masonic House of the Temple. The cornerstone of the White House was laid on October 13th, 1792. The architect for the White House was an Irishman named James Hoban, who took his design from Leinster House in Ireland. Since 1922, Leinster House has been headquarters for the Irish Parliament, but before that was known as the first Masonic Lodge in Ireland. In 1307, the Knights Templar were betrayed in Europe by the Pope and the King of France. By now, it is well known that they fled to Scotland for refuge, hiding themselves in Masonic lodges. Yet according to 18th century Masonic author Baron Karl von Hunt, certain Templar leaders made their way to Ireland before they reorganized and formed their well-known power base in Scotland. The Knights had a foothold in Ireland since about the 13th century through their banking operations, and would have likely gone underground to protect themselves once the persecutions began. What we do know is that centuries passed, and in time, Leinster House became the birthplace of Irish Freemasonry, with obvious connections to the Knights Templar. Leinster House was once called Kilwinning Lodge No. 75, or the High Knights Templar of Ireland. James Hoban, the architect for the White House, was himself an Irish Freemason. But the White House cornerstone bears a further Templar twist. The Charleston City Gazette reported that the date recorded by the Freemasons for laying the first stone read, the 13th day of October, 1792, in the 17th year of the independence of the United States of America. It just so happens that October 13th, 1792, was the 485th anniversary of Black Friday, Friday the 13th, when the Knights Templar were overthrown in Europe. The numbers 4, 8, and 5 equal 17 for the 17th year of America's independence. Meanwhile, the day before, on October 12th of 1792, was the first celebration of Columbus Day in America, and supposedly commemorates how Christopher Columbus sailed for 33 days before he made his first landfall in the New World. A statue honoring Christopher Columbus is found outside Union Station in Washington, D.C. The Columbus Monument declares that it was the faith and courage of Christopher Columbus that gave to mankind a new world. Yet for years, researchers have wondered why American historians have given such credit to Columbus when there were others who had reached the New World earlier.
Columbus in 1492 only got as far as the Caribbean islands.
Even the sealing of the state capitol acknowledges the coming of the Vikings. Historians argue that Leif Erikson made it to the New World some 500 years before Columbus.
You do have history. You just don't recognize it.
Or could it be that the recognition is intended to represent something else? After all, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, he did so with sails bearing a red cross on a white background, the symbol of the Knights Templar. These same ships are found painted on the interior ceiling of the U.S. Capitol. When they were arrested, the Templars were accused of devil worship, a charge that has been a point of controversy to this day.
Many, many hundreds of knights were captured, they were tortured, and that makes a lot of their confessions rather suspect. However, I think the old saying is where there's smoke, there's fire. And it is interesting that in England, the Templar Knights were not tortured. They were interrogated, but they weren't tortured because that was against the law in England. And some things do emerge. One is that they do seem to have been required as part of their ordeal, their initiatic ordeal, if you will, to trample on the cross and spit on the cross. Also, they were alleged to have worshipped this god Baphomet, and which is either described as a three-headed deity or as a skull or as a goat-headed being. And those things, I think, were probably true.
While mysteries abound concerning the relationship of the Templars to Masonry, the connection was clearly made by Albert Pike. In front of the Masonic House of the Temple are two 17-ton sphinxes, cut from single blocks of stone. One representing wisdom, with its eyes half closed, as if in contemplation, while the other represents power, with its eyes wide open. These two chief elements are said to represent Plato's ideal balance for the perfected man.
The man who has wisdom and the man who has power.
To the Scottish Rite, Albert Pike seems to represent such a man, as he is a central focus of the temple itself. A bust of Pike is featured at the top of a stone altar in the main hall. Next to it are Pike's own words, "What we have done for ourselves alone dies with us. What we have done for others and the world remains and is immortal." But exactly what immortal works Pike did for others and the world remains an issue of constant debate among critics of Masonry.
Albert Pike is a favorite whipping boy of conspiracists.
Like the Templars who came before him, Pike's real beliefs are often questioned, and with him, the beliefs of Masonry.
Albert Pike was a Luciferian. Literally, Luciferianism is the core, the center core of Freemasonry.
Pike's body is buried inside the temple itself, with his stained glass memoriam, next to a bust of his likeness.
And they revered him so much that they actually dug him up and buried him in a wall underground. And you go to the house of the temple and there's an actual room dedicated to Albert Pike.
The Albert Pike room is located in the lower level and is filled with Pike's many books, a number of portraits and photographs, the pipes, memorabilia, and even the death mask of the man thought by many to be America's most important and notorious Freemason. In his lifetime, Pike would have seen the completion of the U.S. Capitol and the Washington Monument. He lived much of his life in Washington, D.C., and devoted himself to the promotion of Freemasonry. Indeed, some have argued that Pike's controversial form of Masonry was the result of a radical struggle that occurred during the years just after the American Revolution. But how did this struggle come about, and what was its purpose? More importantly, could this influence have somehow impacted the design for Washington, D.C., and with it, the ultimate destiny of America? The answer to these questions may be found by examining a group that today has much to do with Washington, D.C., one that is thought by some to be the most mysterious and dangerous secret society in the world.
General William Huntington Russell was at a university in Germany, studied the ways of a secret society that is sometimes spelled S-C-U-L-L, asked permission to transfer it to North America, and he did. And that is the beginning of Skull and Bones.
Some 50 years earlier, during the time of the American Revolution, Germany had been the home of a secret order that many claim would be responsible for all the wars and conspiracies of the next 200 years. Could William Russell have become involved with a remnant of this German society?
He also is on record observing that American Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism had drifted from their European origins and roots. And as a drift, they were losing sight of the secrets or of, the mandate, the purpose, and the protocols of their existence. So he formed Skull and Bones to reconcile these arcane orders with the mainstream European movement.
During this era, the mainstream European movement, especially among secret societies, was on fire with a concept of revolution, which involved overturning old systems of government, monarchies, and the influence of organized religion in particular. In the birth of this revolutionary philosophy, Germany played a key role. In his book, Fire in the Minds of Men, James H. Billington, the Librarian of Congress, writes that the revolutionary ideology of the 18th and 19th centuries was shaped not so much by the rationalism of the French Enlightenment, as is generally believed, but by the occultism and pro-romanticism of Germany. He goes on to say that this ideology continued through the reign of men like Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler. Billington writes of what he calls the Pythagorean passion of the early revolutionaries, a fascination with the ancient Greek philosopher Pythagoras. According to tradition, Pythagoras was driven from Greece to southern Italy, where he allegedly founded a religious and philosophical brotherhood to transform society. Pythagorean philosophy dominated the signs and symbols revolutionaries used to define their movement. Billington writes that occultists became politicians and made special use of the two most important Pythagorean geometric symbols, the circle and the triangle, in dramatizing their challenge to establish power. In Germany, the leading revolutionary was a Bavarian law professor named Adam Weishaupt, who founded a secret society called the Illuminati. Billington writes that Weishaupt's final blueprint for politicized Illuminism, written during the first year of the French Revolution, was entitled Pythagoras. Pythagorean geometry plays an important role in the design for Washington, D.C. The entire layout of the city is based around Federal Triangle, a right triangle which represents the Pythagorean theorem. Could this have been the influence of Adam Weishaupt and the revolutionary faith of the Illuminati? And if so, in what other ways could this mysterious and highly controversial group have impacted America?
The Illuminati was an organization created in Bavaria. A Freemason named Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati as an inner circle of Freemasons. And he was very definitely taken by the period of the Enlightenment. He saw liberal democracy and liberal government, not liberal in the sense that we use it today in political talk, but liberal in the sense of giving rights and freedoms to the citizen, as an important way to improve the world. And his plan was to create this inner circle of Masons called the Illuminati. That means the enlightened ones. and that this inner circle of Freemasons would then spread out among Masonic lodges, and then the Masons in turn would see to it that their members were put in prominent positions in government, and that then the Illuminati's influence would enable the liberal democratic principles of the Enlightenment to be spread throughout the world.
It had three ideals: separation of church and state, controls on the power of the state, and the emancipation of women. Three planks in their platform, if you will. Now, one could say that the Bavarian Illuminati won, because that, in effect, defines Western society.
Because the Illuminati plan to change the world in many ways came to pass, some believe the order functioned through the revolutionary movements of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. The cry for revolution around the world seems to have impacted all the countries of Europe and spread beyond to Russia, China, North Korea, and Cuba. But most controversial is the Society's influence in America, something hinted at in the very date in which the Illuminati in Germany was founded.
I think they were supposedly formed in 1776, the same year of the Declaration of Independence.
And the Illuminati was established as an organization, you know. He says, no longer are we going to take the orders of the monarchs in 1776. Now that's a pretty important date, isn't it?
Now, you made reference to 1776 and the Illuminati. Can you draw a line? And
I do associate the two because the language was so symbolic. It's too direct and too precise not to know that these people who envisioned such a new world were actually combined in the underground secret societies of Europe.
Fire was an important symbol to the revolutionaries, who were determined to destroy the old world in preparation for the new. As one of them declared, with a match, one does not lift up the world, one burns it. Weissaup's Bavarian Illuminati sparked the flame of the revolutionary faith, but some researchers believe that at some point their flame was put out.
They lasted about 10 years. Now, what lasted for centuries after them was the rumor and reputation that there is a secret inner circle of Freemasons that are plotting to take over the world. John Robison in Scotland wrote a book, Proofs of a Conspiracy, where he talks about how the Illuminati are trying to take over Masonic lodges, and Masonic lodges are trying to take over the world.
But the American lodges, by and large, externally, we know, did not accept that because it wasn't needed. However, it doesn't mean that there weren't lodges within the United States that did. You had to have had some Freemasons that were members of the Illuminati, but were they in control of any lodges? Don't think so, because it would be against the law. In the lower levels, they could talk all they wanted about it, but to get together as a group, as a function, as Freemasons, they couldn't.
There was an Illuminati scare. How frightening is this? We've always known there was a Masonic lodge down the street. Could they be infiltrated by the Illuminati? Are they secretly trying to take over our government? All of this is foolishness. The Illuminati went out of business after about 10 years. They never spread beyond, much beyond Bavaria, certainly never to the United States.
It seems.
And so, to Mr. Freemason apologist, who's a Freemason himself, so if you expect to get the truth about Freemasons from him, good luck. We've already proven that the Illuminati was in existence past its beginning. He said they only lasted 10 years. We show Albert Pike speaking about the Illuminati in 1871, almost 100 years later. And we see also one of, you had Manly P. Hall, who was the 20th century father of Freemasonry, did his most popular actual speaking was titled Illuminati. So, it just totally destroys these narratives. But for those that don't know these details, will probably fall in line with these apologists and would believe what they're telling us, right? But we don't. We go further than that. We do the research.
It was logical to some that Weissaup's organization was disbanded by 1786 after it had been discovered and outlawed by the Bavarian government the year before. But others point to a letter written by George Washington on October 24, 1798, 12 years after the Illuminati had supposedly ceased to function. Writing to the Reverend G.W. Schneider, Washington acknowledged the presence of Illuminati doctrines at work in America. The Reverend Schneider had sent Washington a copy of the book, Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe, by Professor John Robeson, saying that his book gives a full account of a society of Freemasons that distinguishes itself by the name of Illuminati, whose plan is to overturn all government and all religion. When Washington responded, he said, "It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and the principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am." We asked Dr. Morris to comment on the letter, but he told us he was unaware of it. The letter itself may be found among the George Washington papers at the Library of Congress. In this letter, Washington associates the Illuminati with the Jacobins, the radical French group that launched the French Revolution. Many writers and historians over the last 2 centuries have concluded that the power behind the Jacobins was in fact the Illuminati. It is well documented that some of the Jacobins came to America and here tried to stir up a second American Revolution through groups known as the Democratic Clubs. The Jacobins, who by this time had overthrown King Louis, sent their ambassador, Edmond Genet, to America to build support for the French Revolution. American leaders like Washington wanted to keep the country neutral, but Genet was determined to bring her into the fray, even if it meant overthrowing the new American government. In a letter from John Adams to Thomas Jefferson, Adams wrote, "You certainly never felt the terrorism excited by Genet in 1793, when 10,000 people in the streets of Philadelphia, day after day, threatened to drag Washington out of his house and effect a revolution in the government, or compel it to declare war in favor of the French Revolution." Many researchers believe the French Revolution is the key to understanding the presence of the Illuminati in America. Because the revolution in France had been so reckless and bloody, most of America's leaders were appalled by it, except for one, Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson spent 5 years as the American minister to France and was an ardent supporter of the French Revolution during the planning stages. He even allowed his residence to be used as a meeting place for the rebels, who were led by the Marquis de Lafayette. When Jefferson heard about the bloodshed in France during the Reign of Terror, he said that rather than see the revolution fail, I would have seen half the earth desolated. Were there but an Adam and Eve left in every country, left free, it would be better than as it now is. Jefferson predicted that the ball of liberty would roll around the globe. The hand rolling this ball would be, undoubtedly, the clenched fist of revolution. For many researchers, the presence of the all-seeing eye floating above an unfinished pyramid stands as clearest proof of the Illuminati at work in America.
Is the Illuminati to be defined as Freemasons and Rosicrucians and other secret society members? If that's the case, then yes, I believe the symbol on the dollar bill, the truncated pyramid, is directly related to the Illuminati.
Dr. James Billington, the Librarian of Congress, is pictured here beside First Lady Laura Bush. His relationship with President Bush is unknown, but we are given cause to wonder at it. According to Dr. Billington, it was the Bavarian Illuminati that put the fire in the minds of men and compelled them toward a global revolution to change the world. Is it possible that this philosophy is at work in America today?
By our efforts, we have lit a fire as well, a fire in the minds of men. It warms those who feel its power. It burns those who fight its progress. And one day, this untamed fire of freedom will reach the darkest corners of our world.
Could President Bush have been implying what it seems? Is America currently being driven by the same revolutionary fire that inspired the Bavarian Illuminati? Bush is often said to be a fundamentalist Christian, but some of his critics claim his views are more ecumenical. As with Freemasonry, Bush believes in other routes to finding God.
We all worship the same God, Christian and Muslim?
I think we do.
We have different routes of getting to the Almighty.
Do Christians and non-Christians, do Muslims go to heaven, in your mind? Yes, they do.
So who does he sound like? He sounds like every other New Age spiritualist, maybe more well-known like Oprah Winfrey. So this is Masonic talk. When you start talking about there are different paths to God, because in the Freemason lodges, they have every religious book under the sun on the altar. So you basically accept all religions, all gods, all beliefs, and hold dear to the fact that they all lead to the same God. Does that sound like a conservative Republican to you? So understand these Republicans are liberals dressed up in conservative suits. George Bush, his daddy, Donald Trump, who told us in 1990 on Larry King that he was liberal on social issues when was asked, would you be Republican or Democrat? And he said he leans more liberal on social issues. Donald Trump is a liberal. He's not conservative. There's not a conservative bone in Donald Trump's body. So only thing is they have to have somebody play the Republican characters. They're all liberal. All right? They're liberal, like Democrat, but somebody has to put the Republican suit on and play Republican. All right? So just keep that in mind when you're dealing with Republican, Democrat. There are no Republicans. There are no Democrat. It's only the cult of Baal. They all serve Satan. That's their God under Freemasonry.
We have different routes of getting there.
Is Bush's real belief a clue to understanding his membership in Skull and Bones? And is Skull and Bones, the elite secret society, somehow related to a modern form of the Illuminati?
The Illuminati was a secret society. It existed in Europe, started in 1776. It infiltrated the upper echelons of Masonry, and that is how it has managed to exist since that time.
A chief piece of evidence is the radical presence of Citizen Genet. Genet is said to be responsible for the Whiskey Rebellion of 1794.
And George Washington actually sent an army to put down this revolution that was incited by Citizen Genet, who was the French ambassador to the United States, who was a Jacobin, and the Jacobins were simply a front name for the Illuminati. The Illuminati was here.
In 1798, the same year George Washington wrote his letter to the Reverend Schneider, another Reverend, Jedediah Morse, gave a speech in which he claimed that the Illuminati had its emissaries at work in America. Morse also associated the Illuminati with the French Jacobins. Among the chief icons of the Jacobins was the red cap worn by the French revolutionaries, known...
The red what? The red cap worn by the Jacobins. Where have we seen the red cap before? Let's show you. There goes your red cap. All right. It is a cap of a wizard, a Jacobin, which was also said to be worn by the Magi that went to go see Christ. Okay, but there goes your red cap.
As the Phrygian cap, or the cap of liberty.
Cap of liberty.
Easily recognized as a cap that, when worn, was often pulled forward, though sometimes to the side. The cap was not only worn by the French rebels, but was often shown symbolically at the end of a staff or upon the head of their goddess of liberty, Marianne, as in this famous painting that glorifies the French Revolution. This same Phrygian cap is found among the great seals of a number of U.S. states, on the official seal of the U.S. Army, and on several figures of liberty inside the Capitol building. But its place of greatest prominence seems to be in the Library of Congress, where the Phrygian cap is carved at the top of all the circular window frames and panels in the library. The Phrygian cap dates back to ancient Rome and was said to be worn by slaves who had obtained their freedom.
The Phrygian cap is said to date back to Rome, the fourth beast,
and as such became a symbol of liberty. The chief god worshipped at that time was Mithras, who is seen in many images and sculptures wearing this headpiece. Like the gods Baal and the Egyptian Horus, Mithras was a dying god who was later resurrected. In the pantheon of pagan gods, Mithras occupies the place of the Masonic Christ. The Phrygian cap is also associated with the mythical figure of Ganymede, often portrayed as a handsome young man wearing this cap of liberty.
And notice the Roman said this red cap is supposed to be origin of the Romans. And what is he feeding here? The eagle, Esau, the red cap. I wouldn't doubt it if he's not feeding this eagle red porridge. Edom.
Because of his beauty, Ganymede was carried away by Zeus in the form of an eagle and made the cupbearer of the gods. In time, Zeus gave him a place in the heavens, where he became the constellation Aquarius. Throughout the 20th century, esoteric teachers have taught that mankind is entering into the Age of Aquarius, also called the New Age. In fact, Freemasonry's premier publication, the Scottish Rite Journal, was once called the New Age magazine. The Phrygian caps are also seen in this image of the ancient Magi, who followed the star at the birth of Christ. Freemasonry teaches that this is where the Eastern Star gets its name.
Just mention them, and here they go. Right? Pop right up. There go your red. There go your Make America Great Again hats. It's Roman. Okay? It goes all the way back to ancient Rome, steeped in sorcery.
The use of that is actually deceptive, because if you think about it, the three wise men were in the east. They were probably Persian, and they were looking west and saw the star in Bethlehem. So what that passage means is we have seen his star while we were in the east and looking west. That only makes sense geographically.
Nevertheless, esoterics have long believed that the star looked upon by the Magi was in fact Sirius, the blazing star that brings light from the east.
It is about a much more ancient connection to the Magi, to, we three kings of Orient are, bearing gifts who traveled so far. Those Magi are Zoroastrian.
Yet not everyone accepts that the Magi were originally followers of Zoroaster. Many Bible scholars believe the Magi were Persians, who were influenced by the writings of the Old Testament prophet Daniel, who lived in that region during the time of Nebuchadnezzar the Great. One of the titles given to Daniel was Rab Mag, or Chief of the Magi. In his writings, Daniel was inspired by an angel who gave him a timeline in which to expect the Christ of Israel. Many scholars believe the Magi were in fact following the prophecies of Daniel. In contrast, Freemasons believe they were Zoroastrian mystics, guided by the star Sirius, and hence Sirius came to represent the Masonic concept of the Christ. This image shows the prophet Zoroaster wearing a Phrygian cap. Yet Zoroaster is most often portrayed with a beard, wearing a robe, belted at the waist, with an Eastern head garment. The name Zoroaster is said to mean Radiant One, and is a reference to the light that shines above his head, said to be the light of Sirius. The dog star Sirius is said to be at least one of the origins of the Masonic pentagram, which leads us, by far, to the most controversial element in the design for Washington, D.C.
There is a pentagram that is produced by the angles of the streets and avenues to the north of the White House.
You see the goat of Mendes appearing, the ears, the entire goat of Mendes, and the inverted five-pointed star, which is the goat of Mendes, built into the streets of Washington, D.C. No one could have that happen accidentally.
I've heard sillier things, but not much. No, there are no satanic plans in the street plans of Washington, D.C.
The presence of a pentagram in the street layout of Washington, D.C. is said to represent the darkest influence of Masonry in America's capital, and is the driving force behind images such as this one, which suggests that all the other buildings and monuments are of satanic origin. As many are aware, the presence of the pentagram is greatly disputed. During the Middle Ages, the pentagram was a symbol of good luck and protection when used by those who practice magic.
And one of the things they came upon was the idea that if there were such things as demons and spirits, then they should be able to summon them, either just to observe them to prove that they existed, or to control them to whatever purpose they might want to. These people were, I suggest, an early form of experimental scientists as much as they were magicians. They were just trying to see what would happen. And one of the things they decided to do is if they were going to call up a spirit or a demon in a specific place, they'd draw a circle, and then they would put pentagrams at the corners as a warding sign to protect them from whatever danger that demon might pose to them.
The inverted pentagram is seen as a highly satanic symbol. Meanwhile, placing a goat's head in the center of it is most often blamed on 19th century French occultist Eliphas Levi,
who arbitrarily decided to say that the pentagram, one point up was a positive good luck, good fortune symbol, and one point down was a negative evil symbol. He provided no citations as to where he got that idea from, and there was nothing historically documented prior to him to suggest that anyone ever thought that was the case.
This is an important issue because Eliphas Levi was arguably the most influential occultist of the 19th and 20th centuries.
He was probably the most powerful sorcerer of the 19th century.
His writings inspired every major occult leader, including Madame H.P. Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley, Manly P. Hall, and Albert Pike.
Yes, indeed, Pike does quote Levi in his writings.
Levi's concept of the pentagram was most likely the influence of the 15th century German alchemist Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Agrippa is a well-known figure in occult circles and is even mentioned in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, as well as J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Agrippa published his books on occult philosophy around 1509. Today, his collection is called the Foundation Book of Western Occultism. In this book, he features an inverted pentagram and calls it the Pentagram of Pythagoras. According to Pythagoras, the inverted pentagram symbolized the 5 chambers of Tartarus, one of the Greek words for hell. But the Pythagoreans believed descending into this underworld led one to a path of higher wisdom. Hence the symbolism of Dante's Inferno, in which Dante descends into hell so that he can later enter into paradise. The Pythagoreans also believed that from this 5-chambered Tartarus came the world's demon, or evil spirit. The German-based Illuminati, with their Pythagorean passion, would have certainly been familiar with this belief, as would the rest of the revolutionary occultists in France, who could very well have influenced Pierre L'Enfant and Thomas Jefferson. First, we must address the main issue, raised by every researcher. Is there really a pentagram in the street layout of the city?
One segment of the pentagram is missing.
I started to look carefully at the maps and draw my lines, and then I find out that, hey, it's not a real 5-pointed star. It doesn't have legs.
And you can draw a pentagram over some of the major streets, but the streets don't actually connect to form a pentagram.
There's absolutely no doubt that a partial pentagram appears in the street designs of Washington. You can look at a satellite photo of Washington, D.C. and see the pentagram. It seems to be symmetric around 16th Street, which is the street that runs into the White House. If you look at the earliest published maps of the District of Columbia, the design that was laid out by Pierre L'Enfant, you can see this partial pentagram. But it is just that, a partial pentagram. Rhode Island Avenue does not connect all the way through to Connecticut. I've always wondered to myself if we Masons are so all-fired powerful that we can have this satanic device put in the streets, how come we weren't smart enough or powerful enough to have it completed? But as I understand the use of the pentagram, it's the fact that it is a complete symbol that gives it its power and force. I've never heard of anything being associated with an uncompleted pentagram.
Dr. Morris's assertion might seem complete, except for the fact that the unfinished or broken pentagram is a well-known symbol in the occult. Manly P. Hall writes of the uses of the pentagram in his book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. He says, the pentagram is used extensively in black magic. The star may be broken at one point by not permitting the converging lines to touch. It may be inverted by having 1 point down and 2 up. When used in black magic, the pentagram is called the sign of the cloven hoof, or the footprint of the devil. Of course, Hall wrote these things in the early part of the 20th century. But is there a record of a partial pentagram found during the Revolutionary era? The answer is yes. In fact, it is a record that shows up during the same time that the street design for Washington, D.C. was being laid out by Pierre L'Enfant, and is mentioned in the play Faust by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Goethe published the first edition of Faust in 1790, in which he mentions a partial pentagram in the dialogue between Faust and Mephistopheles, the devil whom he has conjured. Mephistopheles says, "Let me go up. I cannot go away. A little hindrance bids me stay." To which Faust replies, "The pentagram? That's in your way? You son of hell, explain to me, if that stays you, how came you in today?" To which Mephistopheles says, "Observe it closely. It is not well made. One angle on the outer side of it is just a little open, as you see." While Goethe published his first edition of Faust in 1790, it was between 1791 and 1792 that Pierre L'Enfant drew up the initial street design for Washington, D.C. This might all be seen as a mere coincidence, if not for the fact that Johann Wolfgang von Goethe was not only a master mason, but also a famous member of the Bavarian Illuminati. The Builder magazine, a Masonic publication, in September 1923, said of Gocc that it is no wonder that German Freemasons point with pride to his connection with their order. After he became a member in 1780, he accomplished no great work which did not ring in Masonic accord. He completed nothing which did not lead back to a Masonic origin. Meanwhile, Masonic author Michael Bagent writes that Gocc not only depicted a Faust figure, he was himself a Faust figure, an adjunct of his own personal Hermetic quest. But could Goethe's ideas of Hermetic philosophy have influenced the design for Washington, D.C.? And how might an unfinished pentagram reflect the Hermetic principle of as above, so below? Which brings us to what may be the most logical explanation for the unfinished pentagram in Washington, D.C., and one that seems to fit perfectly with the rest of the design for the city, a city which David Oveson calls a city of the stars.
I have seen it suggested that the unfinished nature of the pentagram in Washington, D.C. bears a resemblance to the unfinished pentagram design that is seen in the motion of Venus. Of course, Venus has a lot of retrograde motion because it is between us and the Sun. And in relation to the other stars, Venus, of course, moves around a lot, but it in effect draws against the backdrop a nearly complete pentagram.
The cycles of Venus rotating around the Sun happen over an 8-year period, during which Venus hits 5 points in the heavens, which form the outline of a pentagram. The female aspect of Venus is the celestial Virgin, which David Oveson argues was the chief inspiration for aligning Washington, D.C. with the stars.
It would support his theory that there was an intentional astronomical relationship in the layout of the city.
In fact, Oveson mentions this motion of Venus, relating it to the 5-petaled flower, many of which appear throughout Washington, D.C., which represent the path of Venus as shown in this drawing from a well-known book on astronomy from the 18th century. Now, what about the broken pentagram? Most astrologers plot the 8-year course of Venus in relation to the zodiac, and their diagrams look like this. But according to Theosophic author David Pratt, this is not entirely correct. He says that while Venus produces a 5-pointed star or pentagram, there is a slight irregularity. For the pentagram is not completely closed, there being a difference of 2 days at the top, which could mean that the broken pentagram of Venus might look something like this. But which conclusion seems most plausible? Is the pentagram merely an accident? Or does it represent some arcane magical ceremony? Or is it simply a reflection of Venus, according to the Hermetic principle, as above, so below?
With symbols, there are always multiple levels, up to 7 different levels of interpretation.
One interpretation of the pentagram is given by the Thelemic order of the Golden Dawn, which says that the pentagram is itself a perfect geometric symbol of the perfected man. Meanwhile, Eliphas Levi writes that the angels aspire to become men, for the perfect man, the man-God, is above even angels. Which brings us to the National Archives building in Washington, D.C. The building itself is surrounded by 72 massive columns. The number 72 is said to represent the most arcane figure in numerology. The reasons for this vary. The heart of man beats 72 times per minute. The sun drops back against the zodiac every 72 years. The pyramid on the dollar bill was designed with 72 stones. 7 plus 2 equals 9, which, in the occult, is the number of finality. And 9 is considered a reverse 6, which is said to be the number of the perfect man. And so it seems no accident that we should find 6 stars above the head of a figure sitting on a throne overlooking Pennsylvania Avenue, the hypotenuse of Federal Triangle. Beneath him on either side are the figures of a male and a female, with himself in between. Manly Hall wrote about America's assignment with destiny, while FDR spoke of her rendezvous with destiny. Is it any wonder, then, that according to the National Archives, the figure on a throne overlooking Pennsylvania Avenue is named Destiny? Could this be a picture of the Masonic Christ? And how might he differ from the Christ of the Bible? But even now, the face of Christ is changing in the world. In New York, at the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine, we find a mysterious image hovering above the altar, where a traditional crucifix would be. There are no nails in his hands and no crown of thorns upon his head. Instead, we find a robed figure, belted at the waist, with a Zoroastrian-looking cap upon his head, rays of light shining behind him. Could this be the Christ of the New Age? But even now, there are those who believe such a figure is about to take his place on the world stage. In 1982, an English painter named Benjamin Creme took out full-page ads in newspapers around the world declaring the Christ is now here. For more than 20 years now, Creme has traveled the world, telling all nations that the Christ, whom he calls Maitreya, is about to appear.
Maitreya is standing by, ready to come into the world at any moment.
We caught up with Mr. Creme in August of 2006, as he had just come from speaking to an independent group at the United Nations. He had this to say to America.
It's the duty of the American people to respond to Maitreya and to accept their destiny.
It was on May 14th, 1982, that Creme held a press conference to announce that the Christ, Maitreya, was ready to emerge. May 14th was also the date of the rebirth of the nation of Israel in 1948. With all the bloodshed and conflict happening in the Middle East, we asked Creme what he thought it might take to bring peace to the region.
I've always said it will take Maitreya to solve it.
Prophecy teachers warn that the current roadmap to peace, followed by President Bush, is really a roadmap to Armageddon. Meanwhile, Creme says the solution is the universal Christ, which he claims is awaited by all religions.
2,600 years ago, Gautama Buddha made a prophecy. It's in one of the sutras. That at this time would come into the world another great teacher, a Buddha like himself, by name Maitreya, who by dint of his extraordinary spiritual stature would galvanize and inspire humanity to create a brilliant golden civilization based, as he put it, on righteousness and truth. Maitreya is the name of Maitreya Buddha. All the religions are awaiting him. The Muslims are awaiting a teacher they call, or a prophet they call the Imam Mahdi. The Hindus are awaiting the return of Krishna or Kalki Avatar. Buddhists are awaiting Maitreya Buddha. He is in fact the world teacher for this age, the age of Aquarius, which is beginning now.
But how have Krem's teachings been received by Christians who are awaiting the return of Jesus Christ?
Jesus Christ teaches very clearly, I said, I'm the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father but through me. If we want to try to bring everything together and say, hey, we all worship the same God, well, then we're going to find ourselves offending the one true God.
Many of them believe that what I'm talking about is what they call the Antichrist. Some even think I'm the Antichrist. Many of them think, if I'm not the Antichrist, I'm the leg man for the Antichrist.
Krem is very significant to the New Age movement because he's kind of like the John the Baptist of the New Age movement. He even as John the Baptist was the voice crying in the wilderness that the Messiah had come, at Jesus' first coming. Krem believes that he's the one who's heralding his second coming. However, it's a New Age Christ. It's not the Jesus Christ of the Bible. And he comes in a way that the New Age Christ or the Antichrist is portrayed to come, not the way Jesus Christ is coming.
You don't know what the Antichrist is. The Antichrist is not a man. It's an energy. It's an energy, destructive energy, deliberately released to break down the old order. It's in Revelations of St. John.
Now that, all the things that's been said can be agreed upon. Antichrist is an energy. It's a spirit. It's not a man. So, one thing he can say he got right was that. With all the other stuff he said that was off.
The beast 666, the number of a man, is the Antichrist, Nero. The Emperor Nero, it was released through the Emperor Nero to bring about the dissolution of the Roman dispensation to prepare the way for Christendom.
Oddly enough, Krem's teaching is very similar to a doctrine taught in the Christian community called preterism.
Preterism comes from a Latin word that means past.
In a nutshell, preterism teaches that the prophecies from the book of Revelation were fulfilled by 70 AD, a teaching many Christians reject.
It's really a recipe for apostasy to set up the church for the Antichrist.
While many prophecy teachers warn that the coming of an Antichrist is imminent, Benjamin Krem strongly disagrees.
It has been, it has gone, it's done its destructive work and made possible for the Christ himself to return to the world.
Could Benjamin Krem be right? Were all the prophecies concerning the Antichrist fulfilled in the past? And does the world now stand ready to receive the Masonic Christ of the new Aquarian age? And what can this mean for America? Even now, some believe that America's true destiny is to establish the kingdom of God on earth. Could they be right? Is this the key to understanding the secret architecture of Washington, D.C.?
Maitreya himself spoke to me. He said, I myself am coming, sooner than anyone thinks possible. And he will face humanity with a choice. Create justice in the world and build the most brilliant civilization this earth has ever seen. Or perish utterly. That's the choice.
And that concludes part 3 of volume 2. And stay tuned. We will soon dive into volume 3, Eye of the Phoenix, Secrets of the Dollar Bill, which is going to really drive home what's happening right now with the economy, the financial system, where everything is going when it comes to the daily sacrifice being taken away, the digitization of money. It's crazy how this is going to line right up with our current time when this was made, almost 20 years ago, this volume 3 and these other documentaries. Also, the article I had earlier finally decided to populate, I believe. Let me see. Had populated over here on this side, but I don't know what's going on with Substack. Here we go. This is weird. So this is what I was trying to read earlier. USDA drops live virus-containing rabies edibles from helicopters. Airplanes across United States, leaving persons at risk for vaccine exposure and vaccine virus infection. Lab-engineered Frankenstein virus makes animals contagious for weeks, putting humans at risk and raising informed consent concerns. So they were dropping these edible vaccines, it looks like, in the attempt to get people to consume them. This is weird. So basically, it looks like these are being dropped, they're saying, for animals to eat, so that if they have rabies, it'll actually eliminate the rabies virus in animals that could potentially have rabies. But the crazy part of this is how do we know what in the world they're dropping? And if they doing it now, they could do it more in the future, and they could be dropping a straight plague on society for animals to become infected, people to become infected, right? Should not be dropping this stuff. I mean, kids are outside. Kids could come in contact with this stuff if this was actually, something that would be looked at as good. But this just sets the stage for them to do things that would actually cause like a serious plague to hit, dropping this stuff from planes and helicopters. So very, very strange times we're living in, the Babylonian times, right? A lot of strange things happening in Babylon and the world, but this is our second edition. I pray brothers and sisters have been edified from the information that's come out in this live stream. Again, going to continue to sound the horn for people to get in the best health they can get in when it comes to emotional health, mental health, physical health, spiritual health. All right. Repent, be baptized, get in a church, be guided by shepherds that were sent and set up by the Most High. Continue to plan for the pivot when it comes to jobs, when it comes to living, right? Continue to plan to move away from this system and the direction it's going. We can still utilize the system for now, for what it can be utilized for, but there's going to come a time where we're going to have to break free of this system and go the other direction, either that or the mark of the beast. So we have time, right? We still probably have, a couple years to really be able to accomplish some things and get ourselves more prepared in the different areas we can prepare in to be ready for the pivot. All right, be ready for the big shift when it hits. I want to thank everybody again for your support for this church, right, for the Friday night ministry. Without you all, we would not have the success that we have. We are a body. We all contribute and make up Christ Church. I want to say Shabbat Shalom, a higher bless, and a higher speed.